All right, can commissioners joining us from home hear me? Greg, give me a thumbs up. All right, Steve, you can come on video. Great. And I will, Michaela, are you ready? And do I have enough mics here? Okay. All right, grassroots, if you could count us down, please. Okay, welcome everyone. Good morning to the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, October 26th. We are in budget season, so all budget all the time. And we're looking forward to diving in with all of our various departments. And so with that, I will turn it over to our budget director, Connie Baker.
Good morning, everyone. Let me share my screen, seeing as how last time I forgot to do that step. And get set up here. Okay. All right. Is everyone able to see the presentation? Okay, I think we're good.
Getting nods at home.
So we're here today to go through the livable and supportive community budget, proposed budget for 2022. So we have a number of department representatives here to go into more depth in their budget proposals. We'll be covering a number of different departments, and my slide didn't advance. Try again, there we go. We've got General Fund Public Safety, the Public Health Fund, Human Services, Translator and Broadband, Public Safety Radio, Housing, and the Library District. These are all focused around a certain theme of the livable and supportive community. There are also some other departments within this section that are not presenting today. Healthy Community Fund District Attorney and the Ambulance District will present on November 9th, and APSHA already presented their budget last week on October 19th. Within this section of the budget, we're looking at about 21% of the overall proposed budget for 2022, just to give a little perspective to what we're looking at today. The proposed amount for the whole section is $36.4 million. General Fund Public Safety is the largest part of that, followed by Human Services, Library District, Public Health, Healthy Community Fund. This chart shows a comparison of 2020 actuals, 2021 original budget, and then 2022 proposed budget for all of these departments and funds. For the general fund, it would be an increase of 7%, but overall for all of these funds and departments grouped together, a 3.1% increase. And we'll go into each one more in depth in their presentation, so I won't go over that here in this slide. We always start with the strategic plan. This should be the basis for our decision making. So it's always included up front in our presentation, just as a reminder that these are some of the areas that we're focused on and the success factors that will help us to achieve the goals that we feel are important to the community. Within livable and supportive community, today we hope to touch on all of these different success factors: a sense of personal and community safety, diverse and livable housing options, self-sufficient individuals and families, access to recreation, education, arts and culture, and improved community engagement and participation. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to our Sheriff, Joe DeSalvo, and his team.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for seeing us. Good morning, those at home. Francie on vacation.
She had other commitments today. I'm sorry, I don't know.
She's usually such a big fan. I like it when she's here. Connie, where do we start this off? Do we have a slide for anything? Okay. So first of all, I want to thank Connie because she really does the heavy lifting on this. I mean, we spend 45 minutes with you and go through it, but all this work is done by Connie and Alex and the rest of my staff putting these numbers together. It's a culmination of a year of wondering what we need, what we want, what we have to get. I think what you're going to see that the most outstanding in this year's budget is the body-worn in-car cameras. Those are basically, for the most part, an unfunded mandate that the state is putting through on us via a Senate bill that was passed, I think, 2 years ago or a year ago, 2020, and it gave us a few years to catch up. I think we've come up with a creative plan that's responsible spending on that. So I think we'll start off with that, since I think it's probably the biggest increase we have this year. So the body-worn camera is clearly exactly what it says. It's a camera that sits on our chest, and the technology is so new that it's changing yearly, if not every half year. You're seeing new technology come out. This is relatively new to our profession. So what we thought, since we had to have them, and this is an evolving technology, Alex did some research, and we've decided to lease these cameras. What that does is twofold, and in no particular order of importance. The first one is we will be able to get the latest technology every time it comes out. We'll get it replaced with whatever the newest, greatest thing is. But I think the second part that's great is when these things go bad or get broken, the lease plan has a repair or a person that will come out and look at our systems, so we won't need to increase IT staff, which is what happens in a lot of other departments. So think of this as a all-inclusive lease that includes the equipment, the upgrades, and repair and replacement of any of the equipment. So I think while we're still in this developmental stage of this, I think leasing is the best, and that's why I think you see such a low number there of $46,000. What's the whole system if we were to buy it outright?
Well over $300,000.
So we thought this was a more responsible route in this technology. In fact, we're using it. Well, we're thinking about leasing in other areas as well. What else you see there in the technology upgrade is the e-citations. What that basically means is we take the pen out of the police officer's hands. We swipe the driver's license or enter the information in, and the ticket gets electronically kicked out, and it cuts down on time for us, accuracy of the summonses, and I think that's going to be a good tool. I don't want anyone to think, and I say this preemptively, that just because it's easier to write tickets, we're going to write more tickets. I'm still not big on that kind of, I don't think I could change human behavior with a $64 ticket or a $109 ticket. But I don't want anyone to think that because it got easier, we're going to start flooding our drivers with tickets. That's not going to happen. The mobile data terminals are something that I think, and Alex could jump in whenever he wants, is similar to the body cameras. We tried this experiment when it first came out. The technology just wasn't there, and I think it's been 10 or 15 years since we last had a mobile data in our cars. So I think now we got rid of them very quickly. It wasn't efficient, but the technology has changed significantly, and that too is a lease program.
It is. It's a lease program. That allows us to replace the technology when new computers come out, which we know the new technology in computers evolves every year or two, and also we don't have to impact our IT department in the county and increase any FTEs or staff up there to support the technology.
So with that, the only new FTE you see is the digital records manager, which is almost mandated with the body cameras. What happens is they will be responsible for all the video and data. And once you get this technology, the request for the film or the evidence goes through the roof. Everybody wants to see it, from the newspapers to defense attorneys to prosecutors. We have to worry about things like blurring out license plates and faces, and so it is a full-time job. I don't know of a department that has a body-worn camera without a person like this. It is incredibly time-consuming. Any questions on any of those?
Patty?
Yeah, I'm supportive, obviously, of the new position because I don't think we really have a choice.
There's no choice.
It's a good idea. But where's this person going to be housed? Because I know you have limited space in your new.
Patty, that's a great question. We're actually looking at possibly a remote position because all the work is done on the computer. It's all the redaction software, all that is online. So it can be done. It can be done. There's no CGIS. There's no security information requirements with it. So it can be done remotely.
Because I know, and I'm going to offer this, John's going to probably throw something at me from across the room, but IT, we have a lot of people from IT who are not working in the building.
Sure.
We have a storage room up there now that used to be a meeting room up there. So there may be an opportunity in that space, which might be appropriate
Definitely.
space. And then I know we have to store a lot of these discs, so
It's actually all digital. It's all cloud-based now.
so it's up here.
It's all in the
We don't have to
cloud.
worry
Yep,
about-
and that was one of the barriers 6-7 years ago. Is you
I
needed
remember.
server racks and lots of space for that. It's all
Yeah.
cloud-based now.
Well, I think we've been patient, hoping this time hadn't come, but
Yeah.
it's here. So I think we need
I'd
to move
prefer
forward.
Patty to actually see the person. I miss seeing people in the office. I think it would be very odd to have an employee that you see once a year.
It is.
When they come to the Christmas party and they're working at home. So, but I'll work on that. My preference is to see the people I work
Yeah.
with.
Well, since I'm in the building a lot, I see a lot of the spaces that are freed up, but, it's just a thought, it's nice. It's hard when you go down the hallway and you're like, who's that person and it happens to be somebody who works here. And that's just really a weird experience for me being in the building, so, but thank you, Joey and Alex and Parker. for
Connie, do
doing
we
this
have
work.
anything we forgot on that slide? I think that's
no,
it.
I think you covered
You had
everything on that
mobile.
slide.
I think
what was
Greg
it?
may have a
Mobile data
question.
something?
The mobile data terminal,
Yeah,
that's the
yeah,
computers in the
That's
cars.
the computer in the car. And what that's going to do is twofold. You will be dispatched still through the radio, but you will see the call on your screen, and you could then enter in, I'm responding, I'm not responding, where you are, and you can even run people's names and date of birth and things like that, which will ease the burden on dispatch. So we'll be doing a lot of the dispatch work for them in the cars, so they could concentrate on the calls coming in and sending them out.
Oh, I had another quick
Yeah,
question.
I think Greg might have had a question too. Greg, then Patty?
Patty, you could go first.
Oh, Greg, we can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Can you hear me now?
No,
Something's up. I'm unmuted.
I still can't hear you. You may need
I
to
can-
drop off and
Greg, I
rejoin.
can hear
can't
you, but
Steve
can you,
either.
Kelly, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I'm confused. Sorry.
You have- we-
We have
we
some
wanted-
tech difficulties.
Can I
Wow.
just ask mine real quick?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
go
Steve and I can
Ticketing.
talk.
If I was to get a ticket and it's electronic, can I get a hard copy?
So
Is it spit out a hard copy at the time? Oh, good.
it
okay.
does, yeah.
I don't want to lose that paper touch.
No,
But I
no,
think
you're not going to, you're going to get, go ahead.
And there are
Alex.
a lot of efficiencies in the system, right? So it's going to reduce the amount of time on the side of the road, so it increases safety for the officer, but also we can accept payments online, so which we can't do right now. So an online payment system. So it allows the individual who got a ticket from out of state to take care of the ticket online and pay for it, as opposed to having to
it'll all be
stick
there,
a check
print
in
it
the
out.
mail and send
Okay.
it. So
Do they still have to sign? Don't you have to sign?
still have to sign by
tickets?
statute, yep. You need a wet signature.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, Greg, let's see if we fixed our audio. And
Have we
can-
fixed
okay.
it? Can
Yeah, we can
grassroots
hear
hear
you.
me? Okay,
Yeah, everyone
great.
can hear you now. I think we
this all
lost
looks-
Steve. He'll rejoin, but yeah.
This looks great. I'm supportive of all this. It's I guess it's about time. It has to happen. The questions I had for you, Joey and Alex, are one, I did read something recently about having cameras on the edge of town to catch the perps as they leave with the jewels. And I don't see anything about that here, so I wanted to ask about that. And then I don't know if you saw the most recent news regarding electric vehicles, but the Hertz rental fleet just bought 100,000 Teslas. Electric vehicles are coming; they're going to be here to stay. When are you going to ask for one so we can start incorporating them into your fleet?
Hey, thanks, Greg. Let's start with, I don't think any civilian should use the word perp. That's reserved for police officers
sorry.
only. So it just doesn't fit.
Alleged perp.
That jacket doesn't fit on you. I knew somebody was going to ask about the license plate reader, and I don't know if it's on any slides. Is it, Connie? It's a $4,000 to $5,000 impact to our budget. I'd like to start with saying it's an experimental plan that we are buying the most effective cameras at the lowest price that will be mobile. I'm not even going to say where they're going to be because that would kind of defeat the purpose. But Greg, I think the biggest question on everybody's mind is how is this data going to be used? And are there privacy issues which were hammered home by the Aspen Times about privacy and what we're going to use this information for? This will be for criminal investigations only. And as I said in the article, it made it sound like we were doing, a lot of the setup was for crimes that occur in the city of Aspen, and we could catch them on the highway on the way out. Well, yes, that's true. Of course, we're going to share this technology with anybody who wants it. But we also see a significant use for it ourselves. I mean, I'll go back to one of our high-profile cases, the Nancy Pfister case. If we had had a license plate reader, we could have seen where this person's car was on the way to the crime and on the way back from the crime. I think it is important technology for us to have. I also want to say, clearly the world knows this technology is out there. I think we would be put in a position right now if there was a serious crime and we didn't have every tool available to us that was economically possible. I think this community would question why we didn't have license plate readers. It's a low cost, high return for these things. I'm not saying we're going to have them forever. If they do work with this $5,000 experiment, we would probably come to you with cameras that might be more fixed somewhere in the valley, and that would be a higher cost than what we're talking about here. But this is, the new world order. These are all over the state, all over the country, and I think this community's expectation is that we have this technology. I support it. I think the community has to trust their elected sheriff that I'm not going to use this data to unreasonably. My promise is it will be used for criminal investigations only.
The only other question I have about that is you're not going to lease it, you're going to buy it because
Yeah.
it's affordable at this point.
Yeah, this is a purchase. We'll get 2 or 3 cameras for $5,000.
Two. Yeah, two.
And Greg, because I will reveal this, because they are the budget model, it won't be able to get all 4 lanes of Highway 82. It'll probably be able to get 2 lanes in each direction. And the more advanced ones could get up to like 8 lanes, I think. I don't even know what the
4 in
maximum
each direction.
you could catch on the 101 in California. But this technology is expanding. This is the low end, and it's our getting our toe wet into it. If we don't like it or the community doesn't like it, this can be changed. It's not a massive expense for the county. As far as electric vehicles go, Greg, I know I've heard your opinion on this, and I see your Facebook posts. I've since resigned myself from Facebook, so I don't see them as much as I used to. But, electric vehicles, I think, for municipalities, the city of Aspen, Denver, Orlando, probably a great idea. At this point, until Tesla or any other vehicle maker makes something with a high clearance, I mean, the reason why we drive the big hunking cars we do is because we're going to places where humans haven't been in 10 years. And the ground clearance is very important. I have not done the research that you've probably done on this. I'd be concerned if we're at a 24-hour crime scene in the middle of nowhere, Thomasville, how we recharge our cars. I mean, there are scenes that we would be, especially in winter months, out there for 10, 12, whatever hours idling. And that's to keep the people warm, or we're working in the cars or driving somewhere. So I'd be curious about the battery life, but it's more the clearance of the car, the size of the car, because we work so remotely, almost everything a cop needs is in the back of our cars, which is so different than a municipality that could run back to the station and get a fingerprinting kit or a blue light, which we use for criminal reasons or investigative reasons. So I think right now, and I'm a car guy, I'm not an electric car guy yet, but I think until somebody could show us a vehicle with high clearance that could run for 15 hours, length of a shift, 12 hours would probably be our longest shift. I don't know if it's feasible.
And could I add
Well,
on
thank
to
you for
that?
the answer. It's a thoughtful answer. I appreciate it, and my guess is that as long as you stay tuned, you'll see when it's appropriate. Thank you.
I
And Greg,
think it's on the horizon, just not this year.
I'm sorry,
Go
Joe, I
ahead,
keep
John.
interrupting you.
No, sorry.
Greg, if I could add on later, in our budget presentations, you will see an electrification study, not only for facilities, but for fleet, because as Joe's saying, it's not just the vehicles themselves. We know there are some trucks coming out, but it's going to be the charging infrastructure. It's going to be the ability to run just multiple systems that are in a public safety vehicle, whether it be the emergency lights, the computers, the radios, be able to be on site for extended periods of time that we also need to crack. And so we are looking at all those things, and you're going to see some funding requests later on around figuring out that infrastructure.
And Greg, and
Thank you.
for the board in general, just so you know, we all know there's a vehicle shortage. We're having trouble replacing the vehicles that we currently have because of the supply demand, and I think we've asked for 8 cars.
I think it's 7.
Seven, and there's no inventory to get us even 7 cars. So we're working on how we push this money to next year, or see what state bid comes up with, because we buy all our cars through a state bid, not just walk onto a lot and put the keys in and leave. So right now, there's a vehicle shortage. Who knows when that's going to change?
Okay, Steve, did you have any questions? No? I'm curious about
Kelly, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I think that's fixed then, finally. Good.
Great. Regarding the data, how long will you keep like the license plate reader data and the body
So right now, there's no
camera
industry
worn?
standard. It's actually developed by each individual agency. So we'll be working to set policy on that, and it's because it is kind of a partnership where we want to be good partners with Basalt PD and Snowmass and Aspen. We'll work with them to kind of figure out what works. But anywhere from 30 days to a year to 2 years to 10 years.
Yeah.
So it's really up to the agency to determine.
Okay. I'd be curious. That'd be
Yeah.
interesting to communicate that out to the public.
Sure.
I think it might garner more support for just transparency and what the expectation is with that.
Yeah. This is not a topic I'm embarrassed to talk about. So if there's any questions from the public, it's going to be a transparent answer the way I think we always operate. But with a town in the winter with one way in and one way out, I think this could be a real effective tool to see if a suspect was here at the time a crime was committed. And that's at least a start. At least we know the guy we think was here passed the license plate reader at noon, an hour before the crime was committed, and he passed it again at 1:15. So we know he was here and maybe even near the crime scene.
All right. Okay, I think we can keep moving. Thank you.
The numbers that you see on the screen are for sheriff, patrol, emergency management, animal safety, and incident response. And you'll see there's an overall 12% increase in expenditures. The main areas where you see the increase are in the professional and technical services line. This is where those leases and the technology increases that Joe just talked about are in the budget. And then also in the replacements, they are planning on replacing tasers, rifles, radios, AEDs, so a number of different replacements. in the budget in this upcoming year.
And the taser replacement is just standard. I don't even remember what the life of them are, 4 or 5 years, I think. But you know, we're also looking at different technology that's not a taser. But that's way in the future.
And as Joe said, these are all just the normal, the sheriff's office has a 10-year replacement schedule, as do many county departments. So it's just following that replacement schedule.
And I'll just point out the revenue corner here shows how little you raise through ticketing.
It's not a for-profit sheriff's
Right.
office. That's, I can tell you that right now. Clear, and actually, Kelly, most of that revenue is from the model traffic code that we implemented maybe 15 years ago, where we get a slice of the pie from tickets. That's most of the revenue we have. I think everything else we're at a break even, whether it's civil service or whatever. There's not a lot of mechanisms for us to raise money.
Sure. Steve?
So Joey, looking on the FTEs, we're giving you another FTE. I wish we could give you another patrol person and not somebody just to do the digital records, but our hands are tied on this one. And I wish that 33 was because we were adding another patrol person for you, like you come in every year begging for more help, and I'm sorry that we have to do this just at the state's bidding this year, so that is what it is.
Well, thanks for the recognition. I think right now, just, you know, Rachel always used to tell me to speak to the public. This is your chance to get the message to the public. I think right now our staffing is in a good place. I think we have one opening right now in the patrol division. The jail, I think, has one opening. And dispatch has 4 openings. Dispatch is always I'm not going to say a problem, but it's a challenge to get people to work there. So right now, I think we're retaining our employees. I think the county's been incredibly generous with us with pay programs, our compensation. People I'm hoping are going to start to settle in and stay with us for a little longer. Dispatch is a continual challenge around the United States. It's not an Aspen problem. This is a national problem. So Brett Loeb, our communications director, is recognized statewide and nationally now for some of the programs he's implementing as far as training. And believe it or not, even though we're 4 down, we're a lot better off than most other counties are. I don't know why people don't want to be emergency dispatchers, but it's just systemic throughout our profession. Back to you, Connie.
Since you're on the topic of dispatch, do you want to speak to that? Or?
Yeah, we're not. I think most of our changes occurred last year with the phone system and any updates we had. So right now, the increase of 4% was requested by the COM board, and I think that is for more staffing mostly. Is that it, Brett? Where's?
No, that's just the increase. Counting on the county increase for
Okay.
labor costs.
But that's spread out amongst how many agencies?
So 6 different agencies.
Contribute
The
into
county's
that.
portion is usually around 40%.
Yeah.
That's right.
So we're paying about 40% of that increase.
Yeah, as Joe is saying, you know, a lot of the increase is around wages and benefits, which are increasing. Smaller amounts in other parts of their budget. Overall, just expenditures is a 3% increase. When the agencies are looking at that net after a contribution from the E911 fund, how much is left over for them to pay, which is a 4% increase. Any questions on this budget?
You know, I just have I guess more of a programmatic question that I don't know if would influence the budget, but I thought there was the push to do like a mental health line, like 988 or 998 or something like that. Is that something that would run through dispatch? Has that taken a hold?
So suicide prevention hotline.
Suicide hotline.
Right.
And so that, I don't believe would come through our dispatch, but that
No, it's
Okay.
not. It is a whole separate, really whole separate system from the 911 system. But the idea behind it is the same. They want some easy access to, if you're having any kind of mental health issues, resources and someone to talk to that you can easily get to by dialing 988.
Okay.
And I just add on to that part of creating another three-digit number has forced all of the carriers and all of the regular phone system to require 10-digit dialing.
That's the new.
So that, I think this month or next month is going to be the case, no matter what. So where that comes into play is if, we all have our cell phones and have our contacts in there. If you only have 7 digits for any contact in there, pretty soon you're not going to be able to make that call. And for us, it was a big adaptation to our speed dial system that for the 50 years that we've had it set up, it's been, hey, let's dial the 923 number or the 920 number, and you're good. But now you have to add that area code to all numbers. And I don't know exactly how it's related to adding another 3-digit number, but it is for sure. And that's a nationwide issue. So, yeah, but we're not involved in any of the mental health stuff, except for just trying to take care of our people.
Sure, yeah. And your narrative was really thoughtful, I thought, in the budget profile. so thank you.
Listening to that, it reminded me, and Connie and Patty will remember when you used to walk around town and somebody would say, "What's your phone number?" and you would say 5876, because every phone number started with 925, so you only had to remember 4 numbers. I still remember little Ollie's when it went to 544. Now we had a new number, so you just couldn't say, "Call me at 5677."
I
anymore.
remember
It was
waiting
good.
to get a new phone number that was a 925.
And I had a party line down
So that
Valley.
Tommy would forget how to dial home when he was, but it didn't help with his forgetting how to dial home when he was.
Okay, the walk down memory lane is over.
Thanks for that clarity, sorry for the diversion.
Thanks,
Okay,
Brad.
any other questions on dispatch budget? Just if anyone's interested in a career in dispatch,
Yes.
take that opportunity.
And work for a good organization
Picken
like
County.
Picken County, yeah. I
And
think
you get
that's,
free parking.
I mean, I'm amazed at what Peacock's done with our benefits and the packages and you guys, and thank you. I don't think our employees have anything to complain about when it comes to compensation. So as we go on to detentions, if you're ready, Kelly?
Yes.
You'll see that obviously we increased travel because our jail for the most part is closed. So you'll see a lot of travel expenses because we're moving inmates back and forth 80 miles round trip. Payments to other governments clearly is what you approved last year when we decided to move everybody to to Garfield County, and you'll see on the right clearly all the reductions that we're saving by not having inmates here, so that's a 3% decrease in our total budget there. That's a temporary thing. Once we get back up and running, clearly we'll stop paying Garfield County and we'll be back to normal operations up here sometime in the next 3 to 4 years, I hope.
Just a question.
Questions, yes, Patty?
Daily rate increase with Garfield County Jail, was that significant increase or something? I think we kind of expected it after the first.
It's not significant. It's somewhere between $2 and $3. I think the Garfield County Sheriff's Office follows the Department of Corrections per inmate per day model, which increased to about $60. So we reflected the increase.
I knew we had talked about that when we
Yeah.
first made the move, so, okay, just want to clarify. Thank you.
And I think it's important to mention our partners in Garfield County pulled us, did us a big favor by doing this for us. I think we have a deal with them as long as Sheriff Valerio is sheriff. I think it's a 3-year deal we made, John. that may have to be renewed. But without that, I don't know where we would be sending inmates. Rio Blanco just closed their jail, and they are moving their inmates to Craig. They just built the jail 3 years ago, and they've closed it already. It's better. It's cheaper for them to send inmates to another facility. I don't know if Craig is a for-profit facility, is it? So, because I would never say, I really am discouraged from sending any inmate to a for-profit facility. But I think what we're doing is not that groundbreaking by closing and renovating our jail.
And if I could add in for the board and the public, our 5-year plan right now does not reflect a project that would be the outcome of the process that we're in now, to look at our needs and such. And so sometimes we put in a placeholder and start to figure out financing at this point. We have not done that in the spirit of having these broader conversations, and we'll be working through those recommendations this year. But I would expect that whatever comes out of this process is going to represent a significant change to this 5-year plan once we figure it out. And so that's just, I think everyone's aware of that. I just want to put that in here, that this budget does not reflect that yet.
Thank you. Any questions for Joe on the detentions budget from Greg or Steve? Steve?
So I see that there's the same number of FTEs, and I presume a lot of the staff, I mean, they would be busy transporting people back and forth to Glenwood part of the time, but do you have enough work for everybody to keep them gainfully employed during the time when we have so many of the detainees in Glenwood Springs?
Okay, Steve, here's the good news, and the good news is we've shifted because we increased the population of Garfield County Jail. We are basically having our employees work in the Garfield County Jail. So the majority of our staff are now Pickens County employees assigned to the Garfield County Jail. So they do all the tasks that a Garfield County detention deputy would do, which is good news for them. The other part of the good news is a lot of the Garfield County deputies are hearing how great it is to work at Pickens County, and they're quitting and getting hired by us. So Sheriff Valerio's doing us a favor, and he's also losing employees, and his wife's my jail commander, so life at home can't be good in the Valerio house. But yeah, so we're keeping them busy managing our own inmates and Garfield County inmates in Garfield County. And Steve, it's interesting because a lot of those detention deputies live in Eagle and Garfield County and Glenwood Springs, so the commute for them is actually easier. So I think they're a little happier working in Garfield than they were working up here 4 days a week.
Make sure they know there will be a time when they will be coming back.
They know that. And we don't know where that jail's going to be or what it's going to look like, but for now, they're taken care of.
Hey, any other questions for Joe before we move on to our next presentation?
I don't see any. Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you.
The breeze.
Thanks.
I've had a
Nice
lot
to
of
see
time
you.
with you this year.
Yeah, I know.
Comparatively.
I usually try and do 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you all for what you do for us and the support that you always provide. And like I said, Connie's put this together, and Peacock makes us happy employees. I think you guys are doing great with the whole staff in difficult times. Last year just sucked.
Yeah.
And the year before
A
that
rough
wasn't
one.
great either. So I think it's going to be, I can't wait to get back to normal. So
Yes.
thank you all.
Thanks. Thanks, guys. And ladies.
Patty, I have something in my eye, so I'm going to turn it over to
Okay,
you.
I got it. All right, Connie.
Okay, next up we have Audra Keith with us online to present the coroner's office budget.
Oh, is this Jordana?
I am not Jordana, however, I am using her link. So she's actually on her way to present in person, and I didn't get a Zoom link, so I just now got in with hers. So With that being said, also, I wasn't able to watch the other presentations, and this is my first time. So if I go too rogue, just reel me back in.
Okay, go ahead, Jordana, and just let me know when how you want me to
It's
advance the
Audra,
slides.
actually.
That's Audra.
Yeah,
Jordana's here. We have Audra here.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Audra,
Audra,
sorry,
and
I'm
the
Okay.
floor,
No, that's okay.
the floor is yours, please.
Okay, so the purpose, obviously, it's up there for you guys to see, but it continues to be us providing timely quality death investigation in partnership with the local law enforcement to determine cause and manner of death with compassion and objectivity for families, communities, and public health and safety, and working collaboratively to reduce preventable deaths. The department description, I listed quite a bit of things in the profile for you guys, only because what we've learned over the course of the last year, and Steve presenting to you guys for my position, is that the coroner's office kind of had a lot of duties that weren't really recognized because we didn't really provide any education about what our office does. I'm not going to go into all those because it was just 6 months ago Steve did that. But just to reiterate that we're governed by Colorado revised statute, and it specifically lists certain cases that are coroner's cases. And in the profile, there's a breakdown of all those and what that consists of. We also respond to investigate the scene of the death and provide follow-up investigation and provide education in the field of death investigation rules of our office and drug and alcohol awareness, as well as suicide prevention. And then moving to the changes and requests, one thing that with our office that we've noticed is the projection for 2021 based on the way that it's grown so far this year is approximately 60 cases this year. It's a 33% increase over last year, and we keep continuing to see that kind of trend. And our projection for 2022 is approximately 80 cases, which means that they have doubled in the last 2 years on our call load. And so in the budget changes and requests for technical service and fees, we added an additional $5,991. Originally, our 2021 budget was $250, and we are over that by a lot. That category ended up being kind of a catch-all for things that didn't fall into other categories, as well as some transportation issues, which we'll address when I move down a little further in this budget. But it's at like $12,000, and so what we realized is that we need to better reallocate like where those things go in our budget, as well as maybe looking for a solution for the transportation issues we've had. But the additional things that we need to add would be the CME, which is a record management system, and it's an additional $1,800. And I think Steve talked to you guys 6 months ago about the record loss in our current system, that they lost a lot of data. It wasn't just our coroner's office, it was all of the coroner's office that they provide record management for. And so we've been looking to move away from that since then and found a solution that actually goes live November 11th, and the annual fee for keeping that up is $1,800. And then new to us is a quality health network. It's the QHN, that's $636 annually. And it's a health information exchange, and it includes the Western Slope, the Front Range, all VA hospitals, and Utah, and some laboratories. And what it provides for us is an immediate solution for getting medical records. We can log on and get them instantly. Anybody who's contributed to records in that area will be able to see. And as of right now, at times, we have to wait until we get medical records through a record request through a hospital or doctor's office. And sometimes those requests take weeks, and that delays us being able to determine cause and manner of death. With this solution, it has the potential to eliminate a small number of autopsies if we have that immediate knowledge of their medical history, as well as giving that closure to families, being able to have those answers a lot sooner and not make them wait as long. There's some offices that opt out of it, so it wouldn't totally eliminate it, but the majority of offices and hospitals in those areas do share their information. And then lastly in that section would be TLO. It's something that all the law enforcement uses already. It's through TransUnion, and it just lists information about people. What our purpose of using it would be to primarily locate next of kin. It does give you a breakdown of people that are associated with another person and the probability of them being related. And we've used it a lot through law enforcement here. Right now, that's our solution, is that we would use it through an officer or detective right now. And not all of them have access. And so, they may have to get a hold of another officer or detective that does have access, as well as, if they're available or if they're on another call or something like that, then potentially we would have to wait indefinitely to be able to notify a next of kin when there's somebody available to assist. So that just gives us direct access to that ourselves. And that's it for the technical services and fees. I'll pause in case there's questions, because I tend to talk fast and with a lot of words.
Okay, questions for Audra?
Okay, so the next area where we've asked for an increase is machinery and equipment. We're asking for an additional $1,245, and that is to purchase a fingerprint scanner. The responsibility lies on the coroner's office to determine identity of decedents. The ideal result is a positive identification that's based on scientific and objective evidence without doubt. The best practice in the field of death investigation and the most reliable is fingerprints. They use the comparison of the antemortem record. And although not all decedents have a fingerprint on file somewhere, they're possible to get those through FBI, CCIC and NCIC, which are state and federal. Military employment records like medical personnel, pilots and teachers all need to be fingerprinted. And we've actually had an unidentified case that was identified through fingerprint comparison of military records, but it caused a huge delay because right now our solution is to have CCIC, somebody with CBI, respond to wherever we're at, whether that's at an autopsy or a funeral home, and they would fingerprint them and then process it through CBI. And that requires them going back to their lab and then them running the fingerprints and then getting back to us. And of course, higher priority cases would cause a further delay, and the fingerprint scanner is an immediate response. That is the only addition in that category is for that fingerprint scanner.
Okay, I don't see any questions.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I don't see any questions. Go ahead.
Okay. And then the category of education and training, with the call load increase and me starting this position in the summer, what we've realized is that I'm on call a very large percentage of the time, and decided to bring on a couple more deputy coroners. So the education and training additional $3,500 would be to provide medical legal death investigator training for both of those additions. We brought one on, actually his first day is today, and are looking at possibly bringing another death investigator on in the next 2 to 4 months probably. Any questions on that?
Nope.
And all right, then moving on to the bigger one. The vehicle is an additional $72,500. That is an estimate because of the availability of vehicles. I think I maybe logged on right at the end of the sheriff and undersheriff talking about the challenge with getting the vehicles right now. The primary goal of us having second vehicles to allow our death investigators to be able to respond to a death scene with all the supplies and equipment that they need to perform high quality death investigation when the primary coroner vehicle is already in use or response time is delayed. All too common occurrence in the last couple years for us has been that the vehicle is unavailable. Right now, our current solutions for that are utilizing personal vehicles, transport companies, which are pretty costly. They come out of Denver, and it also adds a time delay, and rental vehicles. This year alone, we've spent approximately $5,000 so far on paying for those solutions. It also gives us limitations on the equipment that we can carry and the possible inability to transport a body. If somebody responds in a personal vehicle to a scene and don't feel comfortable with that situation, or their vehicle's not big enough, then we have to find another solution, whether that be a funeral home or a transport company. Part of the reason why vehicles are out of the area is our autopsies go to Golden, and so it's a minimum of 8 hours, and that's a quick autopsy with good weather. You can imagine the obstacles that we've had this year with the canyon and having to make it to Golden and back with autopsies. And that leaves no vehicle coverage in the valley. We've had a few times this year where Aspen Ambulance, Mountain Rescue have both transported, as well as the necessity that we've tied up law enforcement longer on scene, waiting for alternate transport arrangements. They don't leave us alone on a scene typically, and we're very appreciative that that's the fact, but it causes them to be tied up as well. And we've had some simultaneous calls this year where we're already on one call and there may be a deputy coroner available, but not a vehicle available to respond to a second call. And the full-time position, the goal would be for my position as chief deputy coroner to have the primary vehicle majority of the time. The second vehicle would be shared by remaining staff, including Dr. Ayers and the deputy coroners, and primarily housed at ABH when it wasn't in use.
Okay,
That's
Patty?
all I have for that. So any questions?
Thanks, Audra. Yeah, Patty, and then I have some.
I have a question. I'm going to look to John Peacock. In light of what Joey just told us about the opportunities for us to get vehicles for the sheriff's office, I know Garfield County has been set back at least a year, or not 2 years, on their vehicles. I don't want this to be walk onto the lot, put your keys in the car and drive it off, because the expense to us is huge. So would it be part of our normal?
Our procurement code is that we purchase through state bid when possible, and the state has good contract prices. In normal situations, that works very well for the county, being able to purchase through the state bid. I don't think they intend to go outside of that.
Okay, because I know that expecting this vehicle anytime soon is probably not going to happen. I don't have a problem putting it in the budget, but it may be some time till we're able to procure a vehicle. Just a heads up. So things have changed on that process, so we need to be way ahead of the game on it. And so if we can get our name in there, we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's part of the reason why, our 72,000 estimate, we don't know about it, because Dr. Ayers has worked with Justin and Fleet and with Connie trying to find solutions for that, and we're not able to get a quote on a price because they aren't available right now.
Another option might be one of our sheriff's vehicles when we get the new sheriff's vehicles that we're already in line for, maybe retrofitting one of those to the coroner's office.
Yeah, potentially.
Just a thought, if it's a backup vehicle.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Audra, I guess I'm wondering, I'd like a clearer picture of sort of how the work is shared between you and Dr. Ayers and the other investigators. Because we heard the request to make your position full-time earlier this year, and with the number of calls, I'm just wondering, if you're talking about 40, 50 cases a year, 60 cases a year, that's like a sixth of the year. So, how is this being divided up? Why is there such a need for additional staff and additional supplies that isn't being met with what the department currently has?
Sure. I think understanding like the call response and the time that it takes for one is important. Potentially, if you have one of those 60 deaths, it can tie you up for several days. Sometimes scene response, using as an example, a little unusual, but the airplane crash that we had, resulted in an initial day of investigation, working with MRA and the Sheriff's Office, FAA, and DSB. We hiked up there to the scene a couple times, and that required a couple deputy coroners. We don't like to send anyone and fill by themselves either. And so, a case like that can last quite a while. There's a response for an autopsy, and so that's another full day going to an autopsy. And then quite a bit of follow-up and working with other agencies down the road. Typically, we like to have our cases done within 6 to 8 weeks. The autopsy comes in usually 6 weeks later. There's, a pretty lengthy report that you write with each one, and then follow up with all the family throughout that time period. And so, looking at the numbers of 60 calls, it doesn't seem like that should tie up a lot of time, but you're pretty active on a case for quite a while. Some of them are quicker, but there are some that can be fairly lengthy. With the division of things between Steve and myself, since taking this position in May, I've been able to replace the record management system, participate in Northwest All Hazards emergency response meetings that we had been going to for years, as far as I know. I worked on a joint data project with public health where we're trying to get the statistics for suicide, to work with some suicide prevention and preventative measures and preventable death, which also we haven't really had time to dedicate much since I think 2019 was the last time we worked with public health on that. And then we just recently talked about expanding that into overdoses as well. I worked with the human resources risk manager to put in uniform and protective footwear policies, which we haven't had in the past, wrote job descriptions, another thing that our department has not ever had, and worked on a cold case with the sheriff's office, created a training program for the new deputies, which was until now was just time spent together. So things like that we've been able to address that we haven't been able to in the past with my position and the time allotted toward that. The purpose of bringing on deputy coroners, the cost for us to bring on deputy coroners doesn't change. It's on-call positions. They only get paid when they're working. So whether that's one that we have existing right now, or it's 3 that we have that share that time, that doesn't vary at all. But what we've noticed with my position is a lot more on-call time than what I anticipated. As an example, I think this month I have 4 days not being on call, which means that I have to be available and ready to respond 24 hours a day and by my phone, which is a little more taxing than I anticipated to have that much time dedicated toward being available at a phone. And our deputy coroners that we have right now, we use the coroner with Garfield County. We work very closely with Garfield County. He's one of our deputy coroners as well. His intention from the very beginning was just to fill in a crunch if we needed it. And so his time is pretty limited. And another deputy coroner that we have is in school and works as well. And so his time's kind of limited. So right now, our solutions for deputy coroners to give myself or Steve a break is not really what it should be for us to have actual time off and downtime where we're not available all the time.
All right, I appreciate that detail. That helps me understand and be more supportive.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions for Audra right now? Greg.
Yeah, thanks, Audra. I appreciate it. Nice to hear the detail on this. Looking at the just on some of the department description regarding coroner services, facilitates organ donation and mortuary resources. So I'm recalling back to when we established our climate action plan. That's going to be the axe I'm always grinding, is climate action. I'm just wondering, at some point, we don't have to go into discussion on it today, but there are alternatives. There are much greener, less carbon intensive ways of disposing of a body, and I think that's something that it'd be great to know about, and maybe that's something your department could help facilitate with, since I saw it in the job description.
Yeah.
It's something that'd be interesting to learn about. That's the first question. The second one is, if we're going to buy you a new vehicle, I'm going to ask you to look at what's possible regarding electric vehicles. Once again, electric vehicles are coming very soon. It's time for everyone to really start thinking about it. So it would be part of a climate action plan request that I'd make of every department that comes before us, is that it's time to really get serious about this. And it may not be time to buy an electric vehicle, but it's time to start learning about it. So thank you. I don't know what you want to tell me about those things, but that's on my mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Those both sound great. The first is an excellent idea. I've heard a lot about even newer things, just in the last 6 months, as far as alternatives to burial and cremation and things like that. One thing that we do talk to families about is the options for organ donation and donation to science. That's an option too. A lot of families take. It's financially, it's better for them if they have that level of being comfortable with doing it. So we can definitely build in those other options into our talks that we have with families. But ultimately, it's obviously always up to them. But we like to provide them with all the options out there. So I think it's a good idea to build that in. So thank you for that.
Okay. If there are no other
And we're
questions.
definitely open to the vehicle options.
I do have one.
Oh, okay.
Patty?
I have one quick question on the last page under the proposed budget.
Sure.
Can you tell me how the increased percentages add up to 41%?
Yeah, if you look at the professional and technical services all the way down to other expenditures, that dollar increase there, the percentages may look large, but the dollar increase is only a little over $13,000. The main increase is in the personnel because we added a staff member mid-year in 2021. So that's really the main increase, dollar-wise.
Because if I add up the percentages, it definitely isn't a total of 41%.
No, the increase from the original 2021 budget
Yeah.
to the proposed budget is 41%. In the different line items, an increase of 3,500 in supplies to 5,000 is a 43%
Yeah,
increase.
yeah, but-
It looks large, dollar-wise, it's very
Because if
small.
you add up just the total percentages, it's 212%. So-
The percentages are for each individual line.
But it's interesting across the bottom, it does say total, so.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
So, we're running a little behind time, so I'd like to
Okay.
move on to our next presentation. Thank you so much, Audra.
Okay. Thank you, Audra.
Thanks. Thank you.
This is the easy one.
Sure. Hi, Jordana.
Good morning.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Great to see everybody, well, some of you in person, some of you on the screen.
Yeah.
I am Jordana Sabella, the Director of Taking on Public Health. And our mission is to work with communities, thank you, to promote health and prevent disease by protecting and enhancing environments, policies, and systems that support positive outcomes for everyone. Our vision is really that systems are in place to sustain a healthy and thriving community. Our values are the health and environment, inclusion and equity, and quality data and lived experiences. We developed an equity statement when we first started the department 4 years ago, and it is that we believe in the catalyzing power of equity to engage and enrich our communities as we identify challenges and design solutions together. So nice to come back up from all of the COVID work that we have mostly been doing together. I wanted to start with our current org chart here. And so you can get a sense of how many folks we have in our department currently and what types of positions they are in. So you'll see in the blue, those are regular full-time positions. Red are the COVID term limited positions. And you'll see currently we do have COVID folks throughout the organization who are working on COVID, not just in the environmental health department. The pink are term limited or temporary positions that are working on things other than COVID. And then finally that navy is the color for our contract employee who does the Superfund site management. So as we will move forward, we'll have all of our managers talk through their own departments that they manage, and I will, if we go to the next slide, be able to talk us through our public health administrative budget. This administrative budget that we saw on the previous slide really covers the director position, deputy director, administrative specialist, financial analyst, COVID-19 admin assistant, and the COVID-19 data analyst. The department areas of work contained within this section are that of assessment, planning, and communication. So we will be conducting a community health assessment and public health improvement plan again in 2022. This is a requirement of the state to be done every 5 years, and it's been 5 years. This will be the first time we're doing it with as a Pitkin County Public Health Department, which will be exciting. Additionally, COVID-19 data and metrics has been a part of this work, developing a Board of Health and Department strategic plan, as well as communication And this is mostly communication that is outside of COVID-19 communication. When you'll see Kara here, she will provide probably more details about the COVID-19 communication work that happens under the admin budget and admin team. Administration and governance is another area of work. Within this, this is the role of the director playing the COVID-19 chief health strategist, assuring that all of the core public health services are provided to the community as required by the state, and also developing and maintaining those multi-sectoral partnerships in all of the different areas that we work in. Finally, we assure that vital records and statistics are available and maintained, and we do this through a contract with Garfield County, who actually provides those services for all Pickens County residents. So the proposed changes to our 2022 budget. In the areas of revenue, we do expect to receive it's actually $60,531 annually. This is new funding that's coming through some legislation for disease control and public health response. We have actually just gotten confirmation of that funding, which is going to be on the state fiscal year. So we'll have through June of 2022 to spend that down. In the decrease category, last year's snowmass contributed about $167,660 to consumer protection and disease investigation efforts for staff time that was specifically devoted to Snowmass Village. That will not be occurring this year. Also, preventive block grant, PBG funds, are funds that we are usually able to apply for on an annual basis. Last year we received $55,000. This year we will be receiving $22,000, and that again is on that state fiscal year. As far as expenditures, we expect an increase of one new FTE. The planning analyst position that Suzuho will talk further about their responsibilities in relation to the community health assessment and public health improvement plan especially. And then a decrease, Kurt will be really talking about the decrease in the number of term limited staff positions for the COVID-19 response that we'll be expecting. Our big rocks for 2022. Number one, I think, is something that the county has been aware of and talked about, employee retention, especially in our public health department, with the extraordinary amount of work that has been done, hours that have been put in, and challenges of term limited staff, and some pretty stressful situations over the past 18 months. We really want to be able to focus on how we can be providing our employees in the public health department with a fulfilling experience, providing professional development, and really making their jobs ones that they are excited to come to as long as they have positions with Pickens County. We'll also be working to update our strategic direction and planning for the COVID-19 response. That is ever evolving, and as we have already been, we have funds that we know are going through June of 2023. We expect this to be a response that goes all the way through all the way through 2022. Additionally, we will be updating our Board of Health strategic direction document and revising our department strategic plan, really coming up with the direction for the department and guiding that for the year, how we'll be able to accomplish all of these big rocks. And then, as I mentioned, the community health assessment and Pickens public health improvement plan are required to be conducted and completed in 2022. So that will be on the agenda. And I will turn this over to Suzuho.
Thanks, Jordana. Hi, everyone. So the planning analyst position might sound a little familiar to you all. We did, it was one of the positions that we had requested in 2019. And then obviously in 2020, there was a lot of reprioritizing of positions and support that the public health department needed. As Jordana mentioned, this is a work that is state mandated to be conducted every 5 years. So it's more important now than it's been over the last few years, and really something that we'd like to prioritize to make sure that we're able to meet that state mandate. Our current public health improvement plan has prioritized mental health and substance use, as well as healthy housing at the regional level. And then our local priority has been around pathways to healthcare, all of which have been very applicable during this pandemic to ensure that we're supporting our communities. So similarly, we want to make sure that we have a very inclusive process for engaging our community, hearing from them about what we should be prioritizing over the next 5 years, and having this position help us out with that assessment and planning process. In addition to that priority within this role, we hope that they would also be helping out with our policy development work, our public will building, really working in partnership with the county community engagement director, as well as the county manager's office, to really make sure that we are building strong relationships with the communities that we are serving. As a newer department, we also want this position to help us with our kind of quality assurance, quality improvement efforts, really helping build out the infrastructure of our department, and then making sure that health equity and social determinants of health are integrated into all aspects of our department as well. Next slide, please. In regards to funding this position, as Jordana mentioned, we did receive a preventative block grant this year. So these are funds that come from CDPHE's Office of Public Health Practice, funds that come through CDC, through the state. And this year we were able to get $22,000 from that, which is less than what we got last year, but they have $450,000 to distribute across the 53 local public health agencies. So I think we're definitely grateful for the amount that we were able to get from that total that they have. And then the second bucket of funding that we have towards this position is the ARPA funding that Jordana mentioned as well. So it's 3 years, $10 million a year that the state has received, and will be through the Senate Bill 243 appropriations. 11 million of that will be staying with the state, and then 10 million of that is getting distributed across the different LPHAs, local public health agencies, and the amount that we're anticipating receiving is $60,000. So we're hoping to be able to put those funds towards this position. If it's approved, I will be coming to the BOCC meeting tomorrow actually to talk about these fundings to see if the BOCC approves us accepting these funds from CDPHE, but we're hoping that all of that will get paired up well to be able to support this position for the next few years.
Okay.
And I will turn it to Larissa.
Should we stop
Hello,
and
Larissa.
take any questions on that at the moment? I know we're running behind a little. Folks have any questions on that? I do. I guess I'm wondering, in the big picture, when I'm looking at your org chart, Jordana, and we know we had when the public health sort of assessment was done prior to the pandemic, that 13 positions were identified. Does that include environmental health and epidemiology, or are those separate?
That includes to be right sized, to be about those 13, 14 positions for the department.
Okay.
So right now, I think we're probably about 24 positions on there. So we're bigger, but 10 of those positions are COVID specific. So the plan is really to, over the next couple of years, shrink our COVID response, and then be thinking about how we build up those other positions that'll help us deliver those core services in perpetuity.
Okay. And then for this position, the analyst, why wouldn't that work fall under the preventions manager job?
Sure. So we see this role really as something that helps support the work across the department. So both looking at when we do the health assessment and the improvement plan, taking into account both the environmental health and the PPP roles in the department and in the community, and then some of the functions that Suzuho talked to are going to be those areas that were identified in the process when we went back and we said, what are the other services that what are the other functions that the department needs to be conducting around quality improvement, around health equity, and all of these practices, and tried to put those pieces together into one position, and we felt it fit best in the admin department.
I see. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Patty.
you know, and we had that first board retreat many years ago, and that was before COVID, of course. And the state had mandated 13 different sectors that we needed to be doing under state statute. And I remember kind of a relatively lengthy discussion with the Board of Health at the time about the needs for that many employees. So I know times have changed. We folded in environmental health, which brought along its number of employees. We did lose restaurant inspections, which we thought would free up the person in environmental health, and now we're looking at hiring another person in environmental health. So I think somewhere down the line here, we're going to need to get the Board of Health in and revisit what we're doing. And I think that's probably part of the plan anyway, to see how many employees we really need to get the job done, and are we, can we segment out the goals that we need to acquire, we need to fulfill by the state into over the years rather than hiring up all at one time to get them all done, that kind of thing. I think we need to incrementally look at complying with all of those issues. So I'm hoping that'll be part of the broader discussion with Board of Health. Maybe not this year, 2022, but in years to come. So we can right-size the department and not, and just look at the bit broader picture for the entire county, not just for the public health department. So thank you. And thank you for all you've done. There just are not enough thanks to thank you.
All right.
Any other questions on the position?
I'm not seeing any hands.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, we'll move forward to the
Hello.
planning, prevention, and partnerships.
Yes, thank you, Connie. Good almost afternoon. My name is Larissa Dandino, Planning, Prevention, and Partnerships Manager. I'll briefly talk through our department budget and areas of work. So the PPP department areas of work are really centered around prevention and population health, and is comprised of a team of 4, which is the Planning, Prevention, and Partnerships Manager, the Mental Health Program Administrator, Health Promotion Program Administrator, as well as the Mental Health Analyst. All that oversee programs, including the State Tobacco Education and Prevention Partnership Program, also known as the STEP program, our Child Fatality Prevention System required through the state, our Pitkin Area Co-Responder Teams, or the PACT program, as well as our Vital Mental Health Services, which is maintained through an IGA with Pitkin County, Aspen Valley Hospital, Aspen School District, and the City of Aspen. We go to the next slide. Some of the proposed changes for 2022 for revenues, really there's going to be just a decrease in our co-responder grant with the Office of Behavioral Health in the amount of $11,000. This decrease is due to challenges with hiring and retaining behavioral health professionals through our contract with Mind Springs. And because we were unable to spend down those funds this last fiscal year, the Office of Behavioral Health has reduced the amount we will receive this year. However, we don't expect that this reduction in funds to overly impact our ability to fulfill the work of the PACT program. And then similar to what was mentioned with the General Public Health Fund, there will be a decrease in term limited staff. Previously, we had 2 subject matter experts specific to COVID under the PPP department. And so with this proposal, the work would be transferred to the Environmental Health Department, thereby reducing the staff in the PPP department. You go to the next slide. The big rocks for the PPP department in 2022 really include maintaining and sustaining the work of our STEP and PACT programs, as well as you've noticed, a lot of initiatives around mental health and continuing with that work with our community mental health needs assessment, which we intend to also inform our community health assessment and public health improvement plan that Jordana mentioned earlier. And so really completing that mental health needs assessment this year to then inform an RFP in 2022, as well as work on plans to sustain the work that has been done around mental health, which may include sustaining the mental health analyst position to continue overseeing that work as well as contract work. And that is it for this department. Any questions?
Good. I don't see any. Thanks, Larissa.
Actually, just Kelly.
Greg. Yeah.
Yeah. So Larissa just said, so we're hearing that the PACT program, perhaps it just didn't need the money. I guess it didn't spend it, so I guess it didn't. So it doesn't sound like the PACT program is going to be crippled in any way by the loss of this funding. Can you give us just a little update on how PACT is doing? Is it working? The impression I had is that it wasn't being utilized, or perhaps people weren't available before. Is that that doesn't mean that the need isn't there? So I was just a little concerned about what I was hearing about PACT and losing the funding they had.
Yeah, certainly. I don't have specific data with me ready and available, but I do know that the PACT program has expanded and grown since it was first founded, and we have been able to since fill those positions that were vacant for a while that had resulted in the reduction of some of our funds with the Office of Behavioral Health. So we do now have 2 full-time PACT clinicians. One has just recently started and finishing her onboarding. So the need is still there, and we would be happy to share some up-to-date PACT data, but that's an area too that we're growing in collaboration with the Omni Institute, and be able to better track some of the data of the PACT program to really see the impact as well as the continued need for the program.
Okay, I don't see other questions.
All right, well, sorry, Kelly.
Oh, you're fine, Kurt. Hi.
Hi. Are there any other questions? So Kurt Dahl, I'm the Environmental Health Director. I'm going to do the presentations for both the disease investigation team and the environmental health team. Next slide. So Jordana showed you this organizational chart. The next couple of slides are organizational charts that are going to show the transition that we're going to take with the disease investigation team to consolidate it and shrink it a little bit in the upcoming 2022. Again, looking at this, the items in red are our term limited positions. Blue are our full-time employees, and then in the dark blue, that's our Superfund manager who's a contract employee. Next slide. So this is a transitional structure, and as a reminder, Suzuho and Connie made a presentation to you back in August around transitioning to our proposed structure. We wanted to ensure that we had coverage with the disease investigation team as we're hiring into new positions. And so that's what this slide represents. It shows both the existing structure as well as the proposed 6 positions for the new disease investigation team. The transition, we anticipate that will just go through March of 2022. In the budget, we expect it to be a small impact. Really what we're doing is continuing for the positions in REDS funding through to March, as well as then we have the 6 new positions that would be funded. And again, with the staffing, we're not anticipating a big budget hit because a number of our current staff we're anticipating will move from those red positions into the green positions. It's just a process of moving them. And again, it's really looking at ensuring we have the staffing in place as we're hiring into these new positions to make sure that we have the coverage for disease investigation, especially during our busy season, or what we're anticipating to be a busy season with the winter months. Next slide. And so this is the final organization structure for March 2022 to June 2023. As you can see, what we've done is anticipated shrinking down the disease investigation team to 6 positions. We have the response and epidemiologist program administrator who is responsible for coordinating the entire team. That person will report to me as the EH manager, but also Jordan as the director in the response for COVID-19. We've also proposing a testing and vaccine coordinator. That's a continuation of the same position. 3 COVID specialists, which are disease investigation personnel. So they'll be responsible for not only contact tracing and case investigation, but also assisting with vaccine clinics and other duties that we need. And then the last position that we're proposing is the community engagement and communications corporate coordinator. And this is really looking at taking on the community liaison roles that are currently in the or current structure. Excuse me, sorry, I'm getting over a cold, so my voice is a little raspy. So those are the 6 new positions that we'll have through 2023. And next slide. So the disease investigation team itself, what we're looking at, obviously they're responsible for the continuation of our response to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, the other pieces that we're anticipating, again, working with vaccine clinics and other vaccination efforts. And then as time allows, they can also do other disease investigation pieces for us. In the last year, we had a Legionella case, which it's the first time in my 20-year career in public health that's come up, but they were able to assist with in doing that investigation locally. And then the other pieces that we see every year, norovirus cases that come up. We had a E. coli co-infection. And then the other really important piece that they'll be able to help out with are the other respiratory illnesses that aren't related to COVID, like the flu, like rhinovirus, which is what we think I have that I'm getting over. So those are the number of pieces that staff will be working on through 2023. Next slide. So in terms of revenue changes, we have several grants from the State Health Department. ELC1, which is the Epidemiology Lab Capacity Grant. There's 2 of those total. We anticipate using up the rest of ELC1, which is $60,000 and change. And then we will also be utilizing the ELC2 grant to pay for these positions, about $255,000. That does not consume that entire grant, and we will continue to use the ELC grant into 2023 to pay for the positions, but that's what we anticipate for 2022. In addition to that, the staff also will be recovering using immunization grants from the State Health Department. For 2022, we're looking at utilizing immunization grants number 2 and 3 in their full amounts. And then we also have a 4th immunization grant that we may start utilizing in 2022, but certainly we will be utilizing that in 2023 as well. And again, those expenditures are for the 6 staff members that we're proposing. Next slide. So for 2022, big rocks, obviously continuing the pandemic as we work through that and looking at how the pandemic response becomes. Obviously, there are a number of variables there. We expected to have it wind down a little bit more this year, but with the resurgence of the Delta variant, that's changed. Obviously, next year that will be the same. But as we look at how we can, the term being used as off-ramp, that's part of what the team will be looking at. And the other big rock that we keep coming up against with our temporary staff is just how to help them with housing needs. When you have a term that, in this case, we have March 2022 through June of 2023, that's more than 12 months, and leases are signed at 12-month intervals. And that's already been something that the staff have identified that we're trying to understand how we can continue to support them. And I think that's it.
Okay, any
questions with? Oh, sorry.
No, thanks, Kurt. Any questions on disease investigation? Patty.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that in light of everything else that's going on in our world of vaccines and immunizations, we don't lose, sight of the just general immunization programs and vaccination programs we need with measles, mumps, rubella, et cetera. We've already seen those numbers drop in the past, and I think we need to spend some time looking at getting those numbers back up in the future. That's critical, I think, to the health and well-being of our families, especially our young children in this community. So let's try and keep an eye on that. In light of everything else we're asking you to keep an eye on, let's just throw one more thing in there. But I think that's critical in educating the population on the need for those broader vaccines and immunizations. Thank you.
Okay, Greg, then Steve.
And just to point out, Patty, that's a really great point, and I appreciate you making that point. The current environmental health staff member we have is working on that with CHS, so it's not lost in the shuffle. It's just falling under a different section of the department. It's a wonderful point, and thank you for making it.
Well, I'll help you rally it back up into the forefront when we don't have to worry about the other stuff anymore.
Kurt, I just had a question just regarding the, we're going to have an increased population that's available for vaccines with, as we get down to vaccines being okay for 5-year-olds. And I'm just wondering, are you anticipating that in your budget going forward, that as we're immunizing, we may have larger populations of people immunize, and whenever they make an announcement like that, it seems to create a stampede, as we saw yesterday at Buttermilk. So I'm just want to make sure that the budget is thinking about this expanded population that could be lining up for the next COVID booster or whatever it may be.
Yeah, exciting news that hopefully we get approval for the pediatric version of the vaccine here shortly. It does, however, Greg, the other piece that we are working on with the vaccine coordinator is working with our partners and our providers to help administer the vaccine, because that's really, in our opinion, where we need to start thinking about moving forward long-term is, yes, we'll have vaccine clinics, but in the long term, we really need to be looking at having that assistance from our partners and providers to administer the vaccine as well. So it's a combination of both things.
Okay, Steve.
So Kurt, I'm looking at the housing needs for temporary staff issue. Do you have any good solutions for that? I was curious if the hospital has housing, like temporary housing available in some of their staff housing. Like by Whitcomb Terrace, when I walk by there, it seems like, to me, it doesn't appear to be fully occupied there. So what have you come up with for solutions?
We haven't. That was actually part of the reason we brought it up, was just to put it out there in case we did have ideas for solutions. So I appreciate the thought. I think it's been a challenge housing has been a challenge for all of us, not just the temporary, but I know specifically with our temporary staff, it's been an issue. So, we've looked into a couple of the temporary housing pieces, but haven't been able to make headway. But Steve, we can check into that. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I was thinking, check with the hospital and see, since it is for medical purposes, really, maybe they, even though they're not technically hospital staff, maybe they do have something that would be temporarily available.
That's a great idea. Thank you for that. All right, I need to get moving here just so that we keep on time. So environmental health. Next slide. So, I think most of you know this, but just as a reminder, environmental health encompasses a large number of departments. So we have a water quality program, an air quality program. We then also try to work on climate change, which can relate to both air and water quality. We're responsible for the noise ordinance and coordinate with the community development department on noise abatement. The emergency preparedness and response staff member falls under our environmental health department. We have a hazardous materials program. The largest part of that is which we have a smuggler superfund site manager that we have under contract. But then we also work with other people on concerns around storage or if there are spills, assuring that the spills are cleaned up properly in conjunction with the State Health Department. We've been primarily responsible for zoonotic disease, which can also fall under a disease investigation team, but that's really looking at the interface of what diseases animals have that can be spread to people and monitoring for that and then taking any mitigation efforts if needed if we see any issues there. Rabies is an example. And then we also manage the contracts with CHS for tuberculosis immunization. Next slide. So proposed changes to the budget. So operating permit program fees, we're anticipating an increase in revenue there of about $14,500. And then we did receive a radon grant this year from the State Health Department. And we're partnering with the city of Aspen to distribute radon kits again this year, as well as some additional efforts in January of 2022 for National Radon Month. The operating permit program increase, that's a program that we have been working on to come in compliance with the State Health Department's regulation and requirements. As part of that, we've had a temporary permit technician that has been working for us, and the expenditures next year, we're proposing that we hire the full-time or the permit technician go to a full-time position, in part to support the OWTS program and this new operating permit program. Next slide. So this graph shows the increase in permits that we've had since 2009. Already this year in 2021, we're higher in terms of the number of permits than we've had in the past. This is both just as part of all of the construction that's going on, as well as the use permit program and the house sales that are required to when they're on septic system to get. So we've continually seen a fairly steady increase in permits. At the same time, regulation changes for both 2012 and 2017 at the state required our regulations to change, and those additional burdens have increased the amount of staff time that we've had to administer this program. So we've seen an increase not only with permits, but the amount of time it takes for us to issue permits. So because of that, we in 2019 had asked for a permit technician. And we're coming back to, again this year, to ask for that permit technician to help free up the environmental health staff. When you look at the different programs that we have with 3 staff members, we're only really getting into a few pieces of those programs and not getting into the depth that we'd like with some of the other programs. Air quality is a big one, I know, with climate change. And there are a lot of questions around airport emissions that we relied as much on partners as that we would like to be able to have a deeper engagement in. So this permit technician will take the non-technical aspects of all of the OWTS permits, as well as help us with the customer relation side of things. There's a consistent contact that we will have that not only the internal partners like ComDev are able to go to, but when you have an applicant that needs to get a hold of somebody, we'll have somebody that is available during working hours of the day that they can get a hold of, which is something that has been identified previously, where Brian and I are just out doing inspections or not available at the time when they're looking for help. The proposed or the increase in OWTS fees that was passed in 2020, those increase in those fees we anticipate will pay for the majority, if not all, of this proposed position. The other piece, the operating permit program that I talked about, we're anticipating, again, 99 additional permits that will be on a biannual basis. So above the permitting numbers that we have now, there'll be about another 100 permits, on average about every 2 years. It's a recurring permit that's required of folks that have higher level treatment systems. So we're anticipating a greater workload with this operating permit program as well. Next slide. So for next year, the big rocks we have, again, the operating permit program, getting that off the ground, getting that set into place, getting it reoccurring. We're supporting the COVID-19 response team, since the response team will fall under environmental health. And as we have surges, the environmental health department will be the first to help with staffing needs there. And then the last piece, the state health department has indicated they're looking at revising their gray water regulations. If you recall, we're one of the only 4 departments, I believe, in the entire state that has a gray water regulation program. However, it's not been a program that has had much activity, really none, in part because the regulations are seen as a barrier, and they created a lot of additional costs. So we really want to be participating in the stakeholder process, looking at how we can not only get more uses for gray water allowed under regulation, and also to see if there are ways of, and there's information and data around the risk of gray water to hopefully shows that there's minimal risk, that we can then relax some of the regulations, lower some costs, and maybe make this a more usable program for our community, because I think this has been a big miss so far at the state level. That's one of the reasons there are only 4 programs in the state right now that have that. We have a lot of energy around this, especially after coming through a very dry year. So I think that was the end of the presentation.
All right, thanks, Kurt. Any questions for Kurt on environmental health? Okay, not seeing any.
I know we're running a bit late, but just very quickly, the budget you do see is an overall decrease as we're dropping off some of those COVID term-limited positions. You'll notice that one of the larger areas of the budget is the professional and technical services. Public health contracts out a lot of the work they do. Typically in many county departments, the personnel make up 65, even 95% of a budget, but you see in public health it's only 53%. That's because with the PACT program, the tobacco cessation, mental health contract, community health services, so many program areas, they are utilizing well these contracts. So that's a part of their budget. In their 5-year plan, we do ask you for a decision point, whether you are good with moving forward this budget as proposed, including the positions that have been listed. Their budget includes $1.9 million in revenue. About 35% of the funding for the Public Health Fund comes through various grants. So a number of the positions, as I mentioned, can be covered through the grants. The general fund is also funding about 35% of the cost of public health. And then about 23% comes from the Healthy Community Fund, both through the regular allocation from Healthy Community Fund and then also the mental health contract. In 2021, we moved from Healthy Community Fund into public health. This does leave a decent fund balance for the fund. With those general fund transfers, we're proposing that part of that transfer be in the American Recovery Plan grant monies, so that whatever portions of the COVID positions are not covered by other grants and funding within public health, we would be able to apply the ARPA funding towards that. Questions on the budget and 5-year plan?
Okay, I'm not seeing any. You know, my reaction, I guess, is if it's not coming from ARPA, it'd be coming from the general fund, which is where ARPA's going to anyway. All right.
I can support moving this forward.
Okay.
I mean, I have some concerns, but, you know, we don't know what tomorrow will bring, so I think we need to hang in there and move forward.
All right, I will take silence as support from Greg and Steve. Thank you, Jordana. Very nice to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jordana, and
you,
thank the rest
Larissa.
of the team, too.
To Zuho.
Thanks, Kurt.
Okay, and we will pick up and continue after lunch.
Okay.
Great, thank
we
you.
will be
All
here.
right,
Thank
for
you.
everyone watching, we will continue our work session and budget conversation at 1 o'clock. Thank you, and thank you, Grassroots.
Okay.
Okay, welcome back everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, October 26th. We are going to resume our budget conversations, but before I do that, I want to check in with our board members and staff joining us on Zoom to see if you can hear us. Seeing some thumbs up. Okay. And all right, Greg, Commissioner Postman, if you could turn your video on, let us know you're with us. We'll go ahead and turn it back over to our budget director, Connie Baker.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Just get set up here. Okay, so we're continuing on with our livable and supportive community budget presentations. We have quite a number of staff with us to go into depth in their budget proposals, and we're kicking off the afternoon with Human Services. So I will turn it over to our Human Services team.
Hi, Nan. I think you just have to unmute. We can see you fine.
Can they hear us?
I think so. Yeah, they can hear us. I think Nan's just needs to find the unmute. Do you want us to see if we can unmute you? Is that possible? Yep.
You need to remind her she's not retired just yet.
Sorry, I had a serious tech failure. All of a sudden, I can only see the presentation and I can't see the mute button. So luckily I'm gonna go first and then I'm not speaking again. Nan Sundin, Human Services Director, and I'm here with the Human Services Management team. We're gonna present our coordinated budget to you, and then we'll have lots of room for questions. We're hoping that you've heard a lot of what we're going to talk about today. So let's move on to the next slide, Connie. Yeah. All right. So just a reminder that the Human Services Fund includes Adult and Family Services, which is our child and adult protection services. Economic assistance, which is all of the eligibility for federal and state financial support programs. Human Services Administration, which is the overview and support of all the departments. Senior Services, provided at the Senior Center, programming, nutrition, transportation. Strategic Partnerships, which is really the Healthy Community Fund and all of our great partners that we fund there, and Veteran Services. A while ago, we established this mission, inspiring hope and strengthening resilience, and we also worked hard on collective values, empowerment, empowered engagement, inclusive community connections, power of resilience, daring pursuit of equity, abundant compassion, and courageous authenticity. And we as social workers and people working in the caregiving field find that these values, in addition to the county values, are really what drive us every day in our work and in the work that we do to make services available to people. Next slide. So this is the 2022 org chart. What you would see if you were comparing it to 2021, you would notice two changes. One is that in 2022, our work with the homeless programs and emergency solution grant will be over. And so our housing search and placement staff person will not be working for us after December 31st of this year. And the other change is that you'll see under economic assistance is that we are proposing a third eligibility specialist, Elmer Bonilla, and Sam is going to talk to that in the slide that he presents a little bit down the road. Are there any questions about any of the org chart before we keep going? Okay. Keep going, Connie, and now you can mute me.
All right, I'll be taking over here. Hi, everyone. I'm Chad Fedowitz. I'm the manager of senior services. So in preparing our budget, looking over the last year and thinking about the future into next year, and looking at our budget profiles that we submitted, we kind of saw two overarching trends in relation to our work and our budgets. And those are the trends of recovery and sustainability, not only in relation to all the work around COVID recovery and sustainability, but the overall recovery and sustainability of our general operations. So in identifying those trends, we see on this flower image before you, these kind of 6 different priority areas of really where our work has focused around recovery and sustainability. It's housing, if it's health, if it's outreach and communication. A big part of the last 18 months plus has been this emergency support function, which is disaster response and recovery, and then along with workforce and finances. But one central piece of this that we identified as a team that's fundamental to our operations, if it's within response of a disaster or otherwise, is this piece of protection, prevention, and education. And we'll talk about that a little bit as we go through our presentation. Another piece of this that we identified in this frame of recovery and sustainability is the importance of our partners, of our community partners, in relation to our emergency support work around COVID or otherwise, that our partnerships throughout the community and other organizations are vital to the success of the human services as a division, let alone the individual departments. So with this lens, we'll go through a presentation, and we see this trend continue into the next year. And though COVID has increased the time and complexity of some of the work that we have done, as we'll talk about, it hasn't really significantly adjusted any kind of FTE increases or costs. So just to kind of keep that in mind as we go through, that we're doing a lot of this work with no real adjustment in that realm.
Hello everyone, I'm Matt McGaugh. I manage our adult and family services. I was going to talk a little bit about what Chad had talked about with increased needs for protection, prevention, and education. There's a lot of factors right now that are really increasing demands. There's more complex service demands at this point. Really seeing a lot of factors influence that, like mental health, family conflict. There's economic hardship and senior isolation. Just more increased needs for some of our vulnerable population. So we always have a protection on, or a focus on protection and a focus on prevention and educating people about our resources. So as we move into next year, Chad mentioned the need for collaborating with our human services partners in the community to really maximize and share the funding that's available and to have coordinated services for the families that we're working with and that are in need of some of these services. So we'll continue to focus on that. There's definitely going to be a continued need for our outreach. And so we do have some of our budget focused on that for next year. As we continue to try to work with partners and try to focus in these three areas of protection, prevention, and education. And I think Sam's going to talk a little bit more about the needs in our next slide with the COVID response.
Hi there, I'm Sam Lander-Casper. I manage the Economic Assistance Department for Pitkin County. And as Nan mentioned, one of the changes that you'll see in the budget this year is that we are requesting to make the third eligibility specialist position permanent. That was authorized for 1 year to help deal with the increased caseload that we saw during the pandemic. If you're looking at the charts on the slideshow, you can see the massive increase that we had in the SNAP, which is the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program caseload. That has now gone back to a more normal level like we had seen pre-pandemic. However, you can see the Medicaid caseload is still higher than we ever had it before, which has resulted in a lot of additional need for eligibility screening. The other issue that we're going to see with regard to Medicaid is coming up in the next few months, people who were locked in, which means the state during the pandemic locked people's benefits in place so that people weren't going on and off of the program. They're going to start transitioning off that program, and the majority of the work that needs to be done to screen those folks off to determine whether they are still eligible, are no longer eligible, will need assistance enrolling in other healthcare is going to fall on the county departments. And this third eligibility position really helps us make sure that that is determined. We're also seeing that there's a large need for outreach, and that's one area where this third position helps. This person's been trained to do online applications for various programs, take telephonic signatures, and conduct outreach activities. As you can see from our self-sufficiency standard, many of the folks in our area are living below what we would consider self-sufficiency. And it's the job of this department to make sure that we are connecting with those people and connecting them with additional resources, maybe outside of what we can offer in this department, to make sure that they are getting as much assistance as they can to get as close to that self-sufficiency standard as possible. One of the areas that we are happy about with this position, if it's approved, is much of the funding can be offset from the budget based on grants that we're bringing in. We currently receive around $37,000 a year from Hunger Free Colorado and the Colorado Health Foundation that is allocated for SNAP outreach, which this position is currently participating in. We also receive $21,000 a year from the Community Support Block Grant Program through the federal government, half of which can be allocated towards this position. And we also receive nearly $100,000 a year in TANF, that's Temporary Assistance for Needy Families funding, which can be used for this position up to probably 10 or 20% of the total cost. There may also be some additional funds that we are not utilizing anymore if we decide that we will not continue to work with the Northwest Shared Technician Program, which is a program we've been working in with a number of other counties for the past 7 years or 8 years to have a kind of a floating eligibility specialist shared between the counties. We weren't really seeing necessarily the utilization from that we would like, and some of those savings might be able to be used to help offset the cost of this position as well.
Okay, question for Sam on this request. Patty.
Yeah, I just, I understand the need to take this temporary position and make it full-time, but I just have to say something here. I mean, every FTE that we're pretty much seeing, not every, but a lot of them, are based on COVID, our COVID response, which we know has increased the need from the building department to, the water treatment permits and all that. And because we've had an increase in our building applications and all those needs, and we've had an increase in the need for people to seek services through our human community department. But I'm just concerned that we just keep adding FTEs, and what happens when we see the the return to whatever normal will be and the decrease in all of these issues that have arisen out of COVID-19. And again, I do not want to put myself or any sitting member of the Board of County Commissioners in the position of having to tell people, sorry, you no longer have a job. Our numbers have come down because COVID has resolved itself. And so I don't know what the answer is going to be. I'm a lot more comfortable with temporary positions, and if we can grant them with benefits. I think that's a discussion we need to have too. This is kind of a general statement, Kelly, thank you for giving me a moment. As far as FTEs and where are we going? We had a large amount of FTEs being requested this year, and I think the board needs to look at it very carefully as we move them all forward. So, maybe there's a discussion on this one as to the need for permanency of this position rather than having to lay this person off in a year or two when we no longer see the need. I just needed to voice that, guys. And it's not specific to you. I'm not picking on you guys. It's just causing me to give more thought to this issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Patty. Are there other questions for Sam? Greg?
Yeah, thank you. Patty, I do appreciate what you say, and I keep that in mind as well. I did want to ask, just regarding the Medicaid caseload, seems to be up and rising, unlike the curve from 2019, looking at the bottom chart. And what I'm just wondering is, looking at the demographics for our community, is that in part driving this, just the changing, the aging of our community driving this as much as, or are we just looking at post-COVID, fallout? I'm trying to get a sense of exactly where we are regarding this Medicaid caseload.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, so the real climb in the caseload that we initially saw in March and April was expected with the initial onset of the pandemic back in 2020. However, the continuation is something we weren't expecting to see. We don't know if that's people who've just become aware of the program, who maybe before hadn't known that it was out there and enrolled, and because you would expect it to maybe follow along more closely with the unemployment level, or at least level off at a certain point. So we have seen continual growth throughout the pandemic. I can't say that it has anything to do with aging, as Medicaid typically is for folks who are under 60 years of age, or pre-Medicare, except for our long-term care customers. But we are just seeing an increase in demand or an increase in applications and eligibility, fairly consistency over this entire time period.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, let me pull up my screen. Steve.
Thank you, Kelly. I too, like Patty, would feel more comfortable if this was just a temporary position, maybe a 1 or 2 year term limited thing that we could then look at it again at the end and see if we still need the position, we could make it a permanent position going on. But that gives a job certainty to the person who would fill the position for a set period of time, with the knowledge that it might not continue after that. Depends on the long-term trend. And we've done a similar thing in the Department of Public Health with the temporary positions because of the COVID. We needed more staff, we put staff on, and now we're at the point of reducing that staff size, not totally eliminating it at this point, but that could be a similar trend with this position. And if it is a permanent trend that you've identified it at the beginning of it, we could easily make it a permanent position in a future budget session.
Okay, I'm looking for other input here, or if staff wants to reply. I mean, I'll just say, these are really high numbers for people who are enrolled in Medicaid in our community. You know, I mean, we're talking about households that are making less than $40,000 a year. If I'm correct on that, Sam, correct me. Or if I'm incorrect on that, correct me. You know, so these are individuals who are in households that are below very low income, you know, levels, that their need for other services intermarries. And I think we should desire to get these households married up to the other services so that, you know, their, I think, continued resiliency through the ongoing effects of the pandemic is best supported by our services in our department. And I just have a hard time thinking that the individuals at these low income, you know, numbers are going to be the ones to bounce back faster than the individuals who are kind of engaging in our other services like ComDev, et cetera. So, you know, I sort of really trust the need here. I think we should be proud of the fact that so many have enrolled. Like, there has been this really big jump. You know, yes, the pandemic caused it, but we were having conversations about how do we get Medicaid qualified people enrolled, you know, before the pandemic. So in some ways, you know, they're getting more than, we're serving more people than we did before. So I sort of trust that the staff knows that they need this and see how they can connect other programs with the households that are in this program or in these programs. And I'll just put that out there as my feedback. I see Nan wants to respond.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's a really healthy conversation, so we really appreciate it. I think a couple of things to remember about Human Services. We are a dedicated fund. All of Sam's work and Matt's is really somewhat predicated, a lot of it, on allocations. And so part of the risk that we've always taken is the more work that we can produce, the more our allocations stay high. And that's what helps us pay for a position like Elmer's. So I think I appreciate the risk, but we live with that risk every year, maybe even more than the general fund does, right? We have to watch our allocations, we have to watch our revenue, we watch our fund balance. So I know that isn't a total answer, but I think that our business is a little bit different in that we live in a high risk world anyway with our staffing. So little easier for us to have a permanent position. It's much more attractive. And if it's 2 years or 5 years and the caseload goes down, we're going to have to react to that in a responsible way. So I appreciate all of the things you all have to consider. I just wanted to put that out there.
Thanks, Nan. Patty?
Yeah, real quick, and I appreciate a lot what Kelly just said. My concern is looking at our unemployment statistics and the need for employment. I mean, every time I go into any place in town, retail, restaurant, the grocery store, any place, they're cutting back services, they're cutting back days, they're cutting back hours because they don't have workers, I should say. And not that, I think a lot of people, when COVID first hit, were out of work, and they realized that there's all these programs out there that they didn't know about, and we were very, very helpful in educating people and getting them enrolled, which I think was amazing what your department did, and the outreach and the accomplishments are. I mean, there's just not enough thank yous to tell you guys what a great job you did. But now I would like to see. I mean, I can understand the cost of childcare, the cost of food, the cost of rent, and now people have realized if I stay home, and then we don't have the dual incomes, we qualify for a lot of programs, which I think is great when people didn't have work. But we are so desperate for employees in this valley, in this region, in this state, and across the country. It's too bad we can't find a way to try and get people back into the work situation and help them with the cost of going to work. Because in some cases, it's really as expensive to go back to work, and I know that happens to a lot of people in our community. But we are just so desperate for workers across the board here. So maybe that's a discussion for some time in the future, how we can help kind of blend the services that we provide to trying to find a way to get people comfortable going back to work and still being able to provide for their families. In other words, not making it cost them too much to go back to work, that it's not worth it to work. So I just think that needs to be part of the conversation in the future, not today.
What you're talking about, Patty, is the cliff effect, right? And
Yeah.
that is when people make too much for benefits, but not enough to live independently. So that's a great topic for us to bring back to our January Board of Social Services meeting. What does that look like and how can we help?
That's perfect, Nan. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other thoughts or feedback? We may need to revisit this. Okay.
Yeah.
When
let's
we
move-
get through the
keep
full
moving
budget
on then.
presentation.
Yeah.
Okay.
keep
Hi,
going.
everyone. Lindsay Maish, Deputy Director with Human Services. Good to see you all. Thanks for having us today. I'm going to just talk a little bit about some of the homelessness programs that we've had and what's happening with them. Kind of broad strokes so you understand what's happening with the funding around them as well. So in the past couple of years, well, 18 months really, we have, in partnership with Recovery Resources, been able to secure now over $1 million to help build and create a system of care to really support individuals who are homeless. And with that, we've been lucky enough to be able to start gathering some really good data. And it's showing us really now about the cost of focusing resources and in what areas. So what these graphs are telling us is really about when people are leaving some program that's within this homeless response system, one of them being emergency shelter or non-congregate emergency shelter, that's the hotel rooms that we've been putting people in, and them then discharging into some sort of permanent housing option. And so what you'll see here is that of the it looks like 32 individuals who have been in our emergency shelter program, 13 of them have discharged to permanent housing, which is huge. That's really good outcomes for this. What we see in our street outreach program, and what street outreach is when individuals are not sheltered, they're not in any sort of emergency setting, they're either on the streets or for us, they were living at the SOS. The safe outdoor space, we had a total of 34 clients in that program, of which 7 discharged to permanent housing. So it's given us some really good, rich data to start looking at in terms of how we approach and look at homelessness in our area, and that if we have success getting people from that emergency shelter, that non-congregate emergency shelter and rapid rehousing place, that it can largely offset other expenses like emergency room visits and law enforcement encounters and things of that nature. The really good news about this program right now is that as we were able to secure all of this funding, we're now handing all of that off, as Nan mentioned in the beginning, we're handing all of that off to Recovery Resources. They have now applied for emergency solution grants funding and have received some and are applying for another round, a more sustainable round of funding as well, to keep these services going. Of course, the mission is to continue to support these agencies to secure any sort of future funding or opportunities towards this type of data or this type of success in the program, and sustainability to really continue to build out these systems to support individuals who are experiencing homelessness. So we're, though we're stepping away from the program, we're still there in support. It's something that we do really well, is help to, local government and our capacity is able to help build some infrastructure in the systems to be able to support this. And then we are able to kind of, because of some of the relationships we have and support we have within the county, we're able to now hand it off and help support our partner organizations to maintain this in the future. So that's really great. There's some exciting things also happening around just more regional efforts as well. Glenwood Springs has now started a coalition and are moving towards doing some very similar work and more partnering with Eagle County and Garfield as well. So we're excited to hand it off and to be in more of a support role, and you'll see that kind of change in our budget from last year to this year. You'll see those big kind of jumps, and you won't be seeing that this year anymore because our housing specialist will no longer be with us. Next slide. Thank you. Okay, so today's normal. You know, I think we're, to Patty's point, we're all experiencing just the recovery and well, it's really still response and recovery for us in some ways. We vacillate between the two. It's really given us the opportunity to discover partnerships with some of our local nonprofits that may have not been as strong as they were in past years. And now there's great strength in some of those, and Recovery Resources is just one example of that. With that said, the amount of time that our team focuses our energy on this level of response and recovery, and when I talk about that, I'm talking about like FEMA, the FEMA non-congregate shelter, non-congregate emergency shelter, all of those homelessness services that I just talked about, emergency solutions grants for COVID, economic assistance, some of the stuff that Sam was talking about, and also some of the food security programs that have stood up. The time combined among all of us equals almost another staff person. So when we actually broke down some of these and looked at our 100% time reporting, we were able to see, at least for some of these staff, with some guesses on some others, on just how much time we were putting towards this. So we know that these things make human services stronger and a more cohesive department. For us to be able, just in the planning and recovery and response, we know that we have developed some partnerships and created some new infrastructure that didn't exist before, and we're very proud of that. But it certainly has taken away from some of our day-to-day tasks that still need attention, like our mandated services and some of the other things. And this is ESF 6, Emergency Support Function 6, is an unfunded mandate. It's certainly showing us the need for additional support. You may have seen in our original budget request that we were requesting for some additional funding to go towards emergency support function support. And now we just have to make some decisions as we understand that not to be approved. And really more advocating on our part in terms of the state, at the state level, for funding to support the roles that each of us have taken on for this. An example of this is this summer, each of us shared, we would take a shared phone line on the weekends in anticipation for a fire. So we wanted there to be someone on call every weekend in case something happened, for us to be able to respond to this type of, any type of disaster that came up. And when that happens, we're not getting a stipend, or there's no sort of on-call additional support or anything. We're just doing that because it's a mandate. Because it's an unfunded mandate, it kind of has taken on an entirely different meaning in COVID. And this is being woven into our daily work lives every day. So we're just I wanted to show this just to share that it's been tough. We do see a lot of our time going towards this. We're looking for other ways and more strategic ways to help support further funding for planning partnerships and policy advocacy in this area, and just more training for us in the community, because it takes, to Chad's point in the beginning, we cannot do this work without strategic partnerships. So, I mean, the people in this room in our division aren't able to hold all of mass care and shelter. We definitely need help. So, yeah, I'll leave that there. Next slide. Thank you.
Wait, before you go, I just wanted to add that you may hear this conversation at the CCI level, because CHSDA, the Human Services Directors Association, wrote a letter with funding priorities to CCI and the Department of Human Services. And of the 4 funding priorities, one was that we need funding for ESF6 statewide. It's an unfunded mandate. As you all know, ESF8, which is health and medical care, which is public health, they have funding for planning and all of that, and human services, and ESF6 has no funding. So you might hear it, and we're looking for advocacy at that level. There are a lot of the Northwest counties that have had fires and have had experience beyond COVID are quite vocal about needing state funding for this obligation.
Will you send that to us, Nan?
Yeah,
Please.
we will.
Thank you.
Yeah, I also received a memo as well where there's a letter that talks about how they're adding the funding for emergency support function and human services as a priority. So we will see. I can send that along as well. All right. So talk a little bit about allocation. So both adult protective services and workforce allocations may possibly be changing. We're not entirely sure yet. We're keeping a close eye on our CCAP because as, I don't know if Sam had mentioned this before, but we're worried about this allocation going down. And this is just to kind of, just to talk a little bit about what Nan was talking about, this risk and allocations every year, is that as we kind of have these hills and valleys, we can expect there to be some changes in our allocations as that happens. So one of the reasons we're keeping a close eye on CCAP, and we're worried about this one, is because we know that it's linked to utilization. And a lot of families right now are utilizing different ways to support child care. Including, I'll speak for myself. I had a nanny share with someone because I was worried about my 1-year-old being in a congregate setting, in a congregate child care setting where he's not vaccinated for COVID. I don't know how it's going to affect him. And I think it seems like, based on the data that we have, that I'm not alone. There are other families who are thinking similarly. A lot of people are now able to work remotely to avoid having to put their kids into congregate childcare. So with this underutilization is the possibility that the allocation may decrease in our future years. So one of the strategies that the Human Services Division uses to help manage our allocations when this happens, to help kind of keep a more level playing field, is by buying dollars from other counties. So what we're planning on this year is to use TANF funds for CCAP and child welfare allocation to cover staff overages in both of those in child welfare and economic assistance. So a lot of our prevention services. And we buy dollars. I believe it's at 12 cents to the dollar. I think that is the amount. And we believe that we're going to be overspent. We usually are. And as Nan said, that helps with our allocations to make sure that we continue getting those higher allocations. So because of that, we're going to be buying those dollars to cover the overages and also to replenish our fund balance. Another strategy in our division is to seek funding opportunities to help bolster and strengthen the current systems that are already here, to just make them better, essentially. So what we're going to be doing is really focusing a lot of our energy on the Human Services Strategic Plan that we created as a guide for more targeted funding approaches. So just as a reminder, the strategic plan for us really focuses on strengthening the systems of care in 4 categories: in food security, affordable housing and homelessness, safety, financial stability, and then finally we have one for more internal, so not so much about the external facing building those systems, but internal capacity building. Where our professional services, you'll see in our budget that our professional services budget is going up. And that's in direct correlation with this plan. We're evaluating the current landscape and beginning to understand what makes the most sense as we move forward in human services with response and sustainability. And I'm nervous to even say this on on video, but given Nan's announcement for her retirement on March 1st, I feel like I choke up every time I say it. And looking at, today's normal, which is different than a couple of years ago normal. Right now, we're really focusing our energy on our food security programs and working with partner organizations to help build the framework to help support this community need. And with this approach, it'll be similar to others where we will eventually offload capacity needed to get these initiatives up and running by working really closely with partner organizations to get them up and going. It's not our intention ever to take this stuff on as a division and to own it forever. We really like to help build resilience within the community and our community partners. Our strategic plan is a 3 to 5 year plan, and we will continue addressing it pretty regularly, probably quarterly. The piece about succession planning and staff retention, we're just looking at what right sizing departments for looks like for us now. And to be able to do that, we have to do some evaluation and gather some data. We know that retention organically is creating sustainability for the division, but what we heard in the employee survey, or what we saw in some of the employee survey results, is that there's not, I don't know that employees necessarily know the pathway for professional development and moving up in the organization. And we want to make sure that employees feel engaged as though they're in positions where they can continue on a pathway of professional development and growth, and really that it makes the most sense for our division. I'm going to pause and ask if there's any questions because there was a lot of information in that slide.
Okay, timing-wise, we're running a little bit behind, so we may want to keep moving forward with the presentation if the board doesn't have questions.
All right, I don't see any hands. Go ahead. Thank you, Lindsay.
All right, this is Chad again at Senior Services. So kind of building off of what Lindsay was talking about, as far as directly for senior services, the aspect of right sizing, you will, and trying to look at some data, is that Senior Services is proposing and has been thinking about doing a department evaluation next year, which is included under our budgets under professional services. Really hoping this will, in my understanding, will be the first time Senior Services has undergone a rather small project like this to identify, what are some possible gaps of service or any adjustments to our structure to be right sized as a department? And then what are those best practices and other recommendations as far as the language I would use would be to modernize senior services. And the timing of this, I'm really excited about, because literally a week ago, the administration on community living at the Feds, which is the federal organization that administers the Older Americans Act, announced that they're starting a 3-year project to do exactly that, to do research, to investigate what are those best practices around senior centers and kind of senior services, if you will, at a national level. So we're a week ahead of the Feds in that regard. So I'm excited for the potential of what this small study and consulting could look like to bring to the department and to the county and the rest of human services, as far as when we think of what senior services is and what we think where we think it's going in the next 10 and 20 years, as far as our operations, the services we provide, et cetera.
Okay, are there any questions for Chad? Okay, I'm not seeing any.
All right, I'll briefly just mention our Family First Prevention Services Act. I've mentioned this quite a few times when we have our Board of Social Services meetings. And I will say Family First is officially here. This did start in Colorado on October 1st. And there are some implications and opportunities for our budget here. And I'll briefly just explain that. One of the big pieces of Family First is really trying to expand evidence-based services for families involved with child welfare. And so over the last couple of years, I've been working with local partners to expand what we have available as far as the identified evidence-based practices. And what will happen is that when by expanding those services, the federal government will reimburse Colorado 50 cents on the dollar for these services that are being provided. And so what that will allow for is in the future, Pickens County will be able to apply for certain grants and funding opportunities to help provide more of these evidence-based services. So we won't get a direct kickback when we provide these services, but we will have opportunities to expand some of the services that we have locally that will hopefully result in more quality services for families. I'm also hopeful that this will create a larger allocation when it comes to child welfare services. So hopefully in the future, we'll see some of the benefits of that. Another big piece of Family First is the placement continuum. And what I mean by that is out-of-home placements for children and youth. We definitely have worked hard at trying to expand our local foster care pool. And so that's one piece of it. The state is also supporting us in looking at how we can provide training for some of these foster homes so that they can be designated as a treatment foster home. So there would be more of a therapeutic approach, which would be extremely helpful in some of the cases that we have where children have to be placed out of the home. And so we're hoping to expand the pool, be able to have different types of foster homes. And then the state has also changed the licensing process for some of the residential and congregate care facilities. And so these facilities have a new way of getting licensed that requires them to be trauma informed, to have more staff available for the children and youth that are there. We know that some of these residential and congregate care placements haven't been good for children and youth. They haven't had good outcomes. So the state is supporting counties, and I'll go to this third bullet here. There's going to be an independent assessment process to help determine what children and youth are most appropriate for these high-level placements. In the past, Pickens County has had high-level placements that have been ordered by judges or heavily influenced by some of our community partners that may have resulted in more of our children and youth going to these high-level settings. We know this has a big impact on our budget. We're thinking that this process will help us connect children and youth and their families to more appropriate services at the right time. So that's a big piece there. And the state is also setting us up with the Office of Behavioral Health to maximize Medicaid. In the past, a lot of the times that we provided services for families, we were pulling from child welfare allocations because we really didn't have a lot of support from the Office of Behavioral Health when it comes to Medicaid and some of the services that can be offered. So right now we have a new policy and procedure in place to work a little more closely with our Office of Behavioral Health. And we're thinking that's just another opportunity that will have positive implications on our budget. That's all I had on that. I don't know if there's any questions on that.
I think that's the end of our presentation, and thinking we went over 10 minutes and you guys have a lot on your plate, BOCC. Is there anything else that you want to hear from us before you move on to, it looks like, communications? I see Jeff waiting patiently.
Yeah, we'll make up time, but I do think we need to revisit. I'm not sure the board has given clear direction on that new position, and so it'd be hard for us to adopt this 5-year budget absent that. So I want to check in. Greg, we didn't hear from you on the whether a temporary position or a full-time permanent position would be more preferred, or none at all, or whatever other fourth option you might have.
Right, thank you. I definitely want to explore the temporary position now. I heard what you all said, and they're compelling arguments. But I think I'd like to have a better, clear idea of what the options actually look like. Could we actually realistically have a temporary position for 2 years, for instance, if that was one of the proposals I thought I heard? Is that realistic? I may have heard Nan say that she didn't think it was, or that, now's the time, or maybe it was Lindsay. But I guess I need to hear more. I'm not ready. Thanks.
Okay. Patty and then Steve.
Yeah, I know one of the days I wasn't here, I don't know how in-depth staff the board got with talking about FTEs, but I think we're learning more as we go along. So I would like actually the issue of FTEs to come back so we can do a comparison of all the requests from all the departments, which one could be term limited, which one would be impossible to be term limited, et cetera, and the funding mechanisms, which positions we have some opportunities for helping to fund new positions, but also may be term limited in the funding. So I would like to have that come back to us as a whole. And as far as these decision points needed, to my understanding, we're technically not moving the budget. We're moving these issues forward to the broader approval of the budget.
Yes, of course, the approval of the budget, this is not a formal decision, but it's letting staff know if you're good with the budget as proposed so that we can bring it back in the resolution.
And would still come back for more discussion with us because who knows what may change in the interim.
Right. So on November 19th, when we present the Prosperous Economy section, we will be having a review of positions, although the time is a little short, so it'll have to be fairly quick. But we can bring it back at that time if the board feels more comfortable looking at it in light of all of the other positions and making a decision at that time.
Yeah, I'd rather look at the whole picture rather than piecemeal the positions. I think we'll have a better understanding of moving things forward or not.
Okay, I'll support that, Patty. Steve?
One question that I have for staff is, how much cross-training is there that takes place if someone is hired for a position that they can fill in other positions in your department also? And looking at this in light of the fact that, Nan, you're going to be leaving us very, very shortly. And so there will be, there's liable to be some positions moving around to some extent in the department. And then that would actually speak to hiring a permanent full-time position who is a good person who could be flexible enough to move into another area if necessary. So if you could think about those issues and then bring it back to us in the later discussions about the FTEs, that would be helpful.
And just for the board's sake, on November 19th, our time will be extremely limited. I had blocked off about 10 minutes total to talk about positions. We may need to find some other time. I know Charlotte has been struggling with fitting everything in the agenda.
Sure. I think we might need more time, to be totally honest. I want to read us over again at another meeting, so if possible.
We may need to see if on the 9th, instead, let's see, I've got my dates wrong. So November 16th would be the final meeting before the first reading. Possibly November 9th, maybe there's a little bit more room in the agenda that we could fit something in.
See what we can work out. And I just have to say, I thought Steve was going to recommend bringing Nan back as a temporary. I don't think that's a bad idea, Steve. I think I might support that.
Well, Nan, your final budget. Oh, my goodness. That must feel good.
All right, so I'm comfortable moving what was proposed to us today, but I think we'll be having further discussion on positions and who knows what other further discussion we may have in the future.
Okay. So stay tuned on that position decision. Greg, you flashed a hand. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to say also, I haven't said anything to Nan yet because it's still sinking in, and I'm still having trouble processing this. So I understand what Lindsay's going through as well. Yeah, Nan, you're indispensable. You can't go yet, but it's going to be March, so that buys us a little time. I thought it was sooner. But anyway, that's been weighing heavily on me. I just wanted to say that, I think we're all beginning to realize how much we appreciate you and your wealth of knowledge, your institutional knowledge. It's not time to be starting to sing your praises completely yet, but I just wanted to throw it out. When we're having this conversation coming up on the 9th, something that weighs on my mind, I often hear departments talking, it almost sounds like they define success by growing. And I just want to put it out there, is that how we define success? Is it by growing bigger? That's all I'm going to say for now, but that's something I think a lot about, where do we get to a steady state? And maybe we're not there yet, but a sustainable steady state rather than a growth model for anything. And I just keep seeing it not only in our county but everywhere. We tend to define success by growing bigger. And anyway, that's what I'm thinking about over here. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Thank you to our wonderful human services staff. We look forward to seeing you guys soon, and I appreciate all your work.
Okay.
All right, and then I wonder,
Thank you.
Connie, we have an
Thanks,
hour
everyone.
and 15 minutes. So I just want to see if I can be helpful in trying to
Okay.
get us on.
Yeah, for everyone else who's coming up in the presentation, if we can kind of move through quickly, that would be great. Jeff Kruger is up next with our telecommunications budget. That includes 2 different funds, and Jeff will go through that.
Hi, Jeff.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to thank the board for the opportunity to present the 2022 telecommunications budget. My name is Jeff Kruger. I'm the telecommunications manager for Pickens County. The photo in front of you is a picture of the new Thomasville communication site that was just completed in September. It includes TV translator services, broadband services, public safety services. It also has now 2 microwave links providing additional redundancy and resiliency to that site. And we're just very proud of the overall accomplishment. Next slide, please, Ronnie. The telecommunications department now consists of 5 people. We did add an FTE that was approved as part of the 2021 budget. This was a new project engineer. This is being filled by Kyle Nelson, who was hired in August. Like most businesses that I've seen lately, they have help wanted signs. We were no exception. We had a help wanted sign in front of our building for about 8 months. But I'm happy to say that we finally got that position filled. And Kyle has proven to be very effective in just the few short months that he's been with us. Overall, our team, I say this every year, but I'm very blessed to have an outstanding team. Michelle, Drew, Jeff, and now Kyle really go that extra mile for Pickens County. They're dedicated, they're motivated, and they're very supportive of everything we do. Next slide, please, Connie. So the telecommunications department includes 2 funds. There's the translator and broadband fund, also the public safety radio fund. The translator and broadband fund is a dedicated mill levy. We also get revenue from the broadband initiative, from tower leases, as well as grant revenue. Because there is a dedicated mill levy, we are required to have a advisory board. So we do have a telecommunications advisory board. It consists of 5 county volunteers that meet quarterly, that provide direction. And just so that the board knows, our budget was presented to them. This budget that I'm presenting today was presented to them at our last quarterly meeting a couple of weeks ago, and they did approve it then. We also have a public safety radio fund. The funding for that comes from radio agencies as public safety agencies as well as radio users. Agencies include the Sheriff's Department, the Aspen Police Department, Aspen Fire Department, assault police, snowmass police, those type of things. But we also get funding from radio users, which include, as an example, Road and Bridge, Open Space and Trails, Aspen School District, and RAFTA, to name a few. All of our services, just to let you know, do operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. These jobs are not strictly 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. We do have to address outages, and we had one actually on Saturday that occurred at about 6:30 in the morning at the dispatch center, which we had a couple of people up there working all day on Saturday. So again, just to let you know, these are, outages do occur, and we do respond to them. Next slide, please, Connie. I wanted to provide a little history of site status. So where we were 5 years ago and where we are today. And I think this chart really speaks a lot in terms of really the board's commitment. This was all put forward to the board 5 years ago. I know Steve and Patty were on the board then and probably remember this, but our sites were in extreme disrepair. Most were in poor condition. In fact, in 2016, we had 2 tower collapses, which is almost unheard of in the communications world. The Lower Red Mountain site, the tower collapsed in January of 2016 due to a heavy snowstorm. And also in April of that year, one of the Williams towers collapsed due to a high windstorm. But in 2016, we put together a plan. We prioritized the sites and we went out seeking funding. Most of that funding came from DOLA grants, but we also did a couple of transfers from the general fund to help out with that. But fast forward 5 years, you can see where we are today. This is just a really great performance measurement for the telecommunications department. But as you can see, all sites now are in excellent condition. We also added sites mainly because of broadband as well as public safety. But all sites are now in excellent condition with the exception of 2. We're going to get Upper Red Mountain there next year, hopefully. And Ajax, we plan on rebuilding that in about 5 years. Next slide, please. So the translator capital projects for next year were actually 2 projects that were previously approved by the board in 2021, but we couldn't complete them that year. Upper Red, we did a partial completion or partial site build that included the shelter. However, we did not complete the solar mount and solar panel upgrade, but this was mainly due to the actual review by the Forest Service and approval by Forest Service, which we now will anticipate will be complete next summer. The Jackrabbit power line replacement, that was also approved in 2021. We just didn't have the staff to complete that task this past year, so we're moving it to 2022. Next slide, please. So this is give you an idea of kind of what we were dealing with. This is really kind of true of most of our older sites and what they looked like. This is the interior shelter for Upper Red Mountain. It's actually a buried culvert that was put in because it's a solar-only site and therefore didn't require air conditioning or cooling, and gets a natural cooling effect from being underground. But we completely gutted it, we remodeled it, we put in new flooring, new walls, new batteries, new inverter, new solar controllers, all new racks, new equipment, new cabling and cable tray. And what you see on the right is what we have today. So it's just a pleasure now to walk in there and work in this new site. Next slide, please. What we do plan to do with the budget for next year is completely replace all the solar mounts and panels at the site. The picture on the left shows what we have today. It's just a mishmash of panels. Nothing's uniform, nothing's consistent. Different panel sizes, different panel wattages. So our plan is to completely replace that with a solar mount that's shown on the right. This will be 2 3x6 panels for a combined total of 36 solar panels and a combined solar output of 13 kilowatts. Next slide, please. So broadband capital projects. The Roaring Fork Broadband Project is underway. This was also approved in 2021, but it's a 2-year effort. So the total amount for Pickens County was around $600K. We believe and half of that is being funded by DOLA. So $300K was the responsibility of Pickens County. We believe we'll spend about half of that this year and the remaining $150K next year. But this project builds on a Holy Cross Energy initiative to run all new fiber from Glenwood Springs to Aspen. It's going to improve resiliency for broadband within the Roaring Fork Valley. But we're also building on that, and we'll be adding fiber to the River Park Center. So where public health is going, they will be on county fiber. We're running fiber to the Southside facility in Basalt, also to the landfill. And then we're going to be running fiber to the Jackrabbit Communications site as part of the power line replacement project. The engineering and design has been complete for that project, and we've started construction. We anticipate that it's all going to be done by mid-2022. Telecommunications is also teaming with the IT department to run new fiber to the airport. So this is an anticipation of the new airport terminal. And we want to, once that new terminal gets, constructed and put in place, we want the fiber to be there and to support the high bandwidth, high capacity services that are required by modern airports. There's also, FAA is also leveraging requirements on the airport to provide what's called the remote tower. And so this will allow high bandwidth connections in order to support that remote and virtual tower concept. In addition, we're doing some kind of planning, vision and policy work within the broadband area. We had a plan for the wireless broadband system and the initiative there. We're starting to see more and more fiber projects happening, but we don't really have an overall plan for how we want to expand and build out fiber within the county. So the goal of this is to really come up with a plan. The other goal is really to start evaluating some technologies, Starlink for one, some fiber mapping technologies, as well as network operation concepts. Next slide. So this is the translator and broadband budget. I tend to like to group things by operating costs, capital costs, overhead costs, and so I kind of boxed everything out for you. But just to let you know, we plan on having, or we will plan on getting about $330K in DOLA revenue. This is for 2 DOLA grants, which will bring up our total revenue to about $1.5 million. Our operating costs are shown there, although I can't see that the way my screen is positioned. Hold on. There we go. And so yeah, we have total operating costs there, capital costs around 276K. But I think that really the bottom line here is that the once you add up operating costs, capital, overhead, and take away our revenue costs, we really don't have a lot left over. The good news is we've completed a lot of our capital improvement projects, but as you can see, we're kind of just barely staying above water in terms of the translator fund going forward. We also anticipate that broadband is going to take a more predominant role on this budget over translator. And so I think we'll start seeing some impact to that in the future. So these are some of the trends I just kind of want the board to be aware of.
Okay, Patty has a question?
Yeah, I have a question on the airport fiber project. It's being funded through IT, through our IT department. Why is that not
That's
coming?
correct.
Why is that not coming from an airport fund if it's to provide service specific to the airport?
I do not believe, Jeff, you can answer this better than I can, but I do not believe that is just for the airport. That's part of the broader fiber project.
It's considered county infrastructure. And so, and fiber we're bringing 144 strands of fiber from what is the 911 dispatch center over to the airport to extend middle mile fiber within the Roaring Fork broadband project. So it serves the airport, but it also serves the county.
So we need to clarify that because it looks to me on this slide that it's servicing the airport terminal and tower. And therefore it would qualify for airport funds or maybe a portion of airport funds.
Yeah, we could explore a portion
Can we
of
look
that.
into that? Because I'd rather see us
Explore
split it
that.
up if possible and not take it all right out of IT.
Yeah, it wouldn't necessarily, right now, it would probably show up as a revenue. It wouldn't necessarily change the appropriation.
So let's just, see how that works, or just clarify that. Thank you. Other than that, I'm okay with the proposed budget.
Other input on the 5-year plan for translator and broadband? Greg?
Yeah, I just want to thank Jeff for presenting and thanks for giving the mention to the Starlink satellite broadband. The news today, of course, is that Amazon and Verizon are teaming up to provide a similar service using Amazon's satellite constellation. So forget looking at stars that don't move, but it sounds like we're going to have competing interests providing broadband service ubiquitously across the northern hemisphere, and it sounds as if they're claiming that they'll make great strides before the end of this year. So if you're keeping all that in mind, I think that may actually affect the bottom lines in our budgets, because some people may not actually need our broadband if they can get that. That's how I interpret it. But anyway, I'm grateful that you're paying attention to all that.
Yeah, thanks, Greg.
Okay. Steve?
Yeah, I'm mindful of that too. I do subscribe to the broadband service off of Williams Hill, and it is excellent service. I would highly recommend it to anybody, and I actually trust it more than I would a series of satellites going through the sky that would, I'm sure they will have downtime and then you can't send a technician to fix them very easily. So, and I'm always impressed when, Jeff, when you show the chart from 2016 until today, all the reds on the chart back then and all the greens on the chart right now, just speak volumes about where this department has gone in the last 5 years. So thanks for all the work on the accomplishments that you've done, and I approve the budget for this next year going forward.
Okay, as do I.
Thank you, Steve.
So let's keep moving.
Okay, so let's, if there's no further questions, we'll move on to public safety radio. So the public safety radio capital expense, this was another capital improvement item that was actually approved in 2021 that we just couldn't get to in 2021, again, due to kind of staffing and just all the other capital improvements projects we had going on. But this one was to add a redundant microwave link from the town of Snowmass Village, actually going to Upper Red Mountain. And it's in support of two items. One is to improve resiliency of our 800 megahertz radio system. And the other is to provide a backup for the Roaring Fork Fiber Project in the event that we get a fiber cut going to the town of Snowmass Village. So this town of Snowmass Village is building a new broadband Meet Me Center as part of this initiative, and this will provide a backup for them, which is good news. They have a single, they're basically putting in a single run of fiber going up Brush Creek, which in turn is a single point of failure if it ever gets cut. Next slide, please. I probably should have shown the what we had here 5 years ago too. So 5 years ago, the Pitkin County microwave system consisted of 3 microwave hops only. In 5 years, this is where we've come. So we now have 24 microwave hops. This represents a 700% growth. We're adding another one next year, so for a total of 25 microwave hops. We're now also doing a number of county fiber projects. This will improve resiliency for the county fiber. And again, as part of the Roaring Fork Broadband Project, we're building on a Holy Cross Energy initiative, running new fiber along Highway 82, and then also building out fiber to the airport. But you can just see the complexity within this diagram of the number of microwave and fiber links that we currently have and maintain today. Next slide, please. So this is the public safety radio budget. Total revenue, $566K. Operating expenses, around $331K. Capital expenses, again, this is primarily in support of the microwave hop, as well as a new vehicle. We are planning to replace one of our older vehicles. We've learned though just recently, and I think you were just informed by the Sheriff's Department as well, that probably not going to happen in 2022. And we can't get vehicles right now. We're being told 12 to 16 month wait time. And then just overhead expenses, but we are showing a good surplus right now. Any questions on this?
No, thanks, Jeff.
All right, I don't see any. Thank you, Jeff.
All right, thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Next, we're moving on to the Employee Housing Fund.
You got us in
Phyllis
3 minutes to spare.
Phyllis Matthijs is here.
Hi, Phyllis.
Hello.
I'm not sure if Rich, oh yeah, Rich is on the line too.
And we should have Jody somewhere in there.
I'm special.
Jody popped in and then left. Oh, she's in her office, it looks like.
Yeah, I think she was
well,
going to
thanks.
add on
Sorry,
there.
that's what I helped earlier today. Thank you. All right.
Shoot, I'm not a
Hi.
special
Nice
anymore.
to see you. Welcome
Hi
back
there.
from vacation.
It was great.
Good.
So I'm still here with housing, kicking it off for another year. Just to go through what we have, our revenue and impact fees. Our impact fees this year have increased, and so we have a little bit projected of an increase for the coming year for 22. It's very limited what we can do with that. It needs to be for capital. It's not used for maintenance. Finance department has figured out how to divide up the costs, so we have our what can we spend on capital and what can be used on maintenance. Fees for maintenance costs are generated from the rentals that we have and any sales that we had. We did have 2 housing sales in 2021, one deed restricted and one of the county owned, plus we have Cougar Canyon. So those will go into the housing fund for capital projects. And so they can be used within the deed restricted program and anything else that we have that can come up. At this point, I'll just mention Phillips. We don't have a slide on Phillips this year. We were kind of in a holding pattern while COVID was going on. We did recruit for a new engineering firm, and they just kicked into gear this last quarter and are going to be providing us with some new information. So we're going to be scheduling some time on the board's agendas for the future to hopefully between now and the end of the year to go over what options we have and what maybe we want to relook at of what we've already have planned there. Housing continues to be a crisis in our community. I continue to meet with the Woody Creek Caucus, and we all know where they stand. They are really concerned, but at the same time, they know housing's really important. So it's a tough nut, but we're going to keep going at it, and we think we have some good partners there. We have expanded our Phillips group to include G.R. Fielding, who's leading the engineering project, which is awesome because I don't do engineering. Along with Brian, Jody's been doing some of the management pieces. And then recently we added Lisa McDonald and Gary Tannenbaum. So we have what the thoughts and the views from Open Space and Healthy Rivers and Streams so that we have them up front. So what's the best thing for them to add into the puzzle? We're making housing the priority, but we don't want to lose those partners and their input. So we're doing that. So with that, we keep going. And I think this might be Jody.
Yes, thank you. Jody Smith, Facilities Director. And I want to say what an honor it's been the last year to kind of jump in and work on some of overseeing the county-owned housing units. We've really been able to clean up some of the leasing opportunities, realign and make sure that all of our tenants, including the mobile home park, are all under a lease, and we're working on certificates of insurance and all of that kind of stuff that protects the county and the tenants as well. And we've also had some really great opportunities to, provide some upgrades into the units. I've had a chance to go into each one of the units and do an assessment. We found, some really unsafe conditions on stairs and entryways and ice. So we've been able to put in some heat tape and repair some carpet and put in flooring. And, it's just been really great to be able to do all of that stuff. So we've had an opportunity with even reevaluating and looking at the rentals and having people go through their recertification or requalification, I should say, with APSHA, so that we're ensuring people are in the category, that they're all still working their proper amount of time in the county, and et cetera. So what we're doing right now with the airport and open space is that airport, we will be bringing a new revised policy before you here in November. We've revised their program to be in alignment with the housing fund program that you all approved for our policy. They have a different selection committee, but definitely more in alignment, working with APSHA to get those categories and using our template for the lease. Open Space still already has their program, and each one of those will still be selecting their tenants and performing repairs and maintenance on those funds. But we facilities will be taking care of the leasing. So it's under one umbrella. And again, thank you to the board for approving our software system. It's been amazing, and we're really able to pull out some reports and start to understand what's going on there. So that's what we've got on that slide. Next slide. So the county does own 24 units from Aspen to Basalt. Of that is 14 for the county. Those are the ones that are being rented throughout the county, and then 5 airport units and 5 open space units. And some of those open space units are not, they're not inhabitable. They're not habitable right now. And so eventually, hopefully they'll get those taken care of and we can get employees in there. We still have the 34 spaces and 3 cabins at Phillips Mobile Home Park, where we manage the space leases. on those, and that's going really well. We're really starting to develop some relationships with the tenants there. And then again, everybody goes through the APSHA qualifications. They don't, and that's, you know, just at a basic level where they give us a category and make sure that they're meeting the basic requirements of that. So we have 42 members of the public, and we have 17 county employees in all those units. And with that, I'll turn it over to Rich to talk about the deed restricted program.
Thank you, Jody. Board Rich Engelhardt, Deputy County Manager. So I'll talk a little bit about the deed restricted program, one of two. The other is the down payment assistance that you all fund on a regular basis. So the deed restricted program this year in 2022, we've proposed $600,000 to allocate towards that. We have $16,000 in there right now as far as our funds go. Our last purchase was in September of 2020. So it's still serving as an excellent recruitment tool, but the interest is down a little bit. And I don't know if it's maybe just remote work with COVID, what that looked like, but I do know that the market, in talking with employees, they feel the market and getting locked into a 3% versus what we've seen in housing sales lately, you know, it may be more advantageous to look at other alternatives. So I think we're seeing a little bit of that. So that 3% that we have in there may be something we want to visit at some point in time. This program was started, gosh, I think it's about 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. John Peacock and John Ely kind of set the foundation for it, and the board approved it, and it hasn't changed since then. So it may be something that we want to take a look at. But we have 8 employees that are in the program now. We've had as many as 12, and you heard Jody talk a little earlier about the sale of units. So you all were involved and approved the sale of a couple of units, and then we purchased one in the Willits area. And those have all been rented now to employees. So the program is still serving the purpose. The assets are within the county. Whether we own them now, we own some of those, and the others are still on the free market with those employees. So our current purchase of those 8 units, our value, overall value is $4.6 million. And we've invested about $1.791 million. And that's a 259% return on this program. So again, very successful. And the ability to kind of wade into a housing program, letting those employees pick the housing on the free market, I think has been a really great approach. And I know that John has often talked about maybe at some point in the future on a community level. I know that Vail has a similar program, but I believe it's maybe a $50,000 program. Nothing like this board has really approved. So, but if we could take this into the open market at some point or into the community, that may be an option for you all in the future. So that's a deed restricted housing program. The next slide, just a quick update on our down payment assistance program. Again, this is a third party program. Mary Kate is in charge of this through our HR department. We've got $150,000 budgeted in 2022, which is an increase of $100,000 that we had in 2021. Again, this has also been an effective recruiting tool, and we've had more people take advantage of it as of late. But we had the old EHOP program, which we no longer offer. We still have 4 people in that program that pay on a consistent basis, and there's a balance about $47,000 in there. And then under the EHOP, Employee Housing Opportunity Program 2, the current program, we have 12, and there's a loan balance in there of $515,000. We're happy to report that we did have, last year we had a little challenge in one of the loans being paid back. Otherwise, it's been very successful. We haven't had to do a lot of damage control on those at all. The employees are, and those people that are taking advantage of this are paying on a consistent basis. So it again is a successful program. So those are our housing programs. So that concludes, at least I believe, our presentation on that end.
Patty.
Yeah, Rich, I have two things. I'd like to look at consideration of expanding the boundary that we allow. Is it just one program or the other, or both, just from here to Carbondale, and maybe look at going all the way to the I-70 corridor, opening up the opportunity for people to maybe find houses that are somewhat more affordable?
We can take a look at that, but yeah, that's a deed restricted program and it does stop at Carbondale. The goal was to locate them close to RAFTA units so that they were able to get the public transportation. We would need to talk a little bit with the legal department about it because I know the funds are derived mainly in the Aspen area. I think the intent was try to keep it in the upper end as much as we could. But Patty, we can take a look at that and talk to Healy about the ability to do that.
Yeah, I would like us to do that because from what I'm hearing is people aren't participating because it's so difficult to find anything affordable. Not that, extending it to I-70, but I think it's something we should look into. The other thing is increasing the budget for the down payment assistance program. Is increasing it by 50,000. Do you think that that's a good number, or should we consider increasing it more?
Patty, I think it's a good number. We have the ability with this partnership, that money that goes back into that, if we need to, we can reinvest those dollars back into it. So the payments that are coming back in are usable under the program. So it's just not paying a bunch right now, but we think 50,000 is a good number.
And we could revisit that midway through the year at some time during the year if we found the funds were flying out the door. So
absolutely, and we have had a year or two where we did that, where there was a huge interest, and we came back to the board with the supplemental mid-year.
Just want to make sure we keep, because if it's working for employees, it's helping for us to retain employees and recruit employees. I think we need to do whatever we can. So thank you, Rich. Appreciate it.
I wonder if that will be the case with Burlingame.
With Burlingame?
You'd see more people bid, and so greater need.
Maybe, yeah.
We'll see.
So
Okay,
this is
sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
It's a good point.
2022 budget and 5-year plan for the housing fund. Just a couple items to note. You'll see in 2021 the influx in sales revenue, which has been a great benefit to the fund. We had a couple years where it was looking a little meager, but with the sale of a few units, we're able to continue with the deed restricted program and other budget items. There is in the professional and technical services, that line includes $600,000 for engineering and planning for Phillips. You'll notice under other expenditures, $392,900 for APCHA, and that is funded by a transfer from the general fund. So any other questions on the 5-year plan?
I didn't see an FTE request.
No FTE request.
Thank you.
And I'll note, had we had a rat, this would be about $17 million bigger than it is.
Yes.
All right. Questions from Steve or Greg? Nope. All right. Thank you. Thanks,
Thanks,
Jody.
Lynn.
Thanks, Phyllis.
Thank you,
Next
Phyllis.
we
Nice
have
to see
the
you.
library.
Hello, ladies.
Hi. Hi.
Hi, Cal.
Haven't seen you in forever. How are you? Good to see you. Yeah.
I'm Kathy Chandler. I'm the county librarian, and I have with me Jen Smith, who's one of the assistant directors of the library. And as always, many thanks to Connie for helping us get this far. But, I wanted to start by noting the fact that Susan Keenan has retired from the library. She worked there for over 37 years, and she retired at the end of April. So some of these kind of milestone retirements are getting lost in COVID, I think. So I just wanted to give a recognition to that, and it leads into a discussion about the succession planning that's underway at the library. So I asked Connie to include this different organization charts, which show the evolution of the way we've been trying to create opportunities for people in the library to grow and develop some experience in managerial skills so that they're prepared to either seek jobs outside our organization or succeed in our organization to be, more prepared to advance professionally. So we started 6 years ago. We had one assistant director, and then we changed to having 2 assistant directors, and then we began a new line with managerial librarians who had supervisory responsibility, and then this year in the spring we added several opportunities for library assistants to move up to become computer specialists, to recognize the proficiency that they've added to their work capabilities. So at the beginning of this year, before Susan retired, we had 7 staff members who had master's degrees in library science, which is in librarianship. That's considered a professional librarian. And 4 of the people who had these degrees earned them with the help of the library's program, where we help with tuition reimbursement for people seeking master's degrees. And 2 of those folks have worked at the library for 25 years since they received their degrees, so it's a good payoff for the investment that we make in people. Those 2 people, along with 2 other librarians, will be probably retiring within the next couple of years. So that leaves us with 3 people with master's degrees, and we currently have 2 people in school, one working on a master's in library science and the other a master's in public administration. And they should be done with their degrees in about a year and a half. But we also have 3 more staff members who have been accepted to start next year in master's programs. So we're working to make sure that we're not left without staff to fill the vacancies as people retire. So with that background, I want to bring Genevieve into the conversation, because Genevieve Smith is a native of Carbondale, and she started working at the library 11 years ago, and she's one of the people who did pursue her master's degrees through this program. After she finished college in Colorado, she was an English teacher in the BOCC School District, and then she worked at the town of Snowmass Village in their planning department before she came to work at the library. And she has moved up through the ranks, and during her interview to be considered for assistant director to replace Susan Keenan, she spoke about the literacies that the library supports in its work, and I thought it had such a great link to the strategic plan that I asked her if she would come and speak to that work.
Oh, thank you, Kathy. So next slide. Thanks, Connie. So this word cloud that Kathy made is a great demonstration of the library's brand of literacies, whether that's digital literacy, including the Girls Who Code Club or robotics, early literacy, our story times, our after-school programs, our 1,000 books before kindergarten, financial literacy, Common Sense for Colorado, training, financial book club, or the Teens Just Want to Have Funds program, scientific literacy with our science center and our science fair, coming to the library to do programming, information literacy, which includes our critical thinking with our literary book clubs and the Read Wider program, health and wellness literacy. We have Alzheimer's education series at the library, media and cultural literacy, which is so diverse, includes French, chat, Spanish chat, the John Bush film series, plein air painting, Bob Ross painting, literature out loud. All of these literacies really promote the library's brand. All of our initiatives and our outreach programs try to promote at least one of these literacies. We're also investing in the library's digital resources for the public to safely access the library's resources from home. Some of the digital resources we've been able to add this year include the Wall Street Journal digital access, New York Times digital access, Universal Class, Skillshare, Rosetta Stone. We also have computers and hotspots that we can check out to patrons that don't have their own access, trying to promote lifelong learning in a safe place from home if they're not comfortable coming into the library in the age of COVID. Another thing I'd like to talk about is the library as a third space. Since we've added our new meeting rooms, we've had this year alone 1,676 meeting room reservation requests. So those rooms are highly popular for private meetings or community events, and for people to share information and ideas in a safe, inviting atmosphere. This word cloud also includes some of our great community partnerships. With Aspen Music Festival, we do Tunes and Tales every summer. The Red Brick Center for the Arts, we've partnered with them to present 3D printing workshops. With Aspen Words, we present the community read. Theater Aspen, we've partnered with them doing a story time this summer. Snowmass Collective have hosted us for book club. The Hearst Community Initiative, we've partnered with them to do a town hall speaker series. Human Services comes to do economic assistance at the library. Open Space and Trails has helped us with our story walk. The Senior Center presents their Alzheimer's education series with us at the library. I mean, I have a whole list. I don't want to bore you. But this word cloud only can contain a few of the great things that we're promoting this year at the library, which address the safe, vibrant, and healthy community of the Pickens County Strategic Plan, giving access to arts and culture, and to improve community engagement and participation.
Thanks, Shandy.
Thank you, Kathy. Nice artwork.
There's
I
a
want to
story
do the
behind the
band
word
books
cloud.
club and the girls who code.
I'm
Yeah.
like, oh my God, there's so much
You guys
happening.
can be
I feel
girls
like
who
I'm
code.
like missing out.
I put some slides in because it's the budget hearing to talk about some of the big ticket items in the library budget. And one of the asks that we have for next year is to appropriate $265,000 for us to work with the Colorado Historic Newspaper Collection to digitize back issues of the Aspen Times and the Aspen Daily News. So this is sort of something that's been on my bucket list that I would love to get accomplished. What this would do is get the newspapers on that database from where we've stopped digitizing them up to the point where they have their online presence. And it would make it possible to easily find newspaper articles, which the newspapers in the Aspen Historical Society were saying, oh, yes, please do that. If you can see from this slide, the papers that have already been digitized, they've had more than 4.5 million views since they were put up, and the way that those were afforded were mainly from donations from Barbara Allen and Bill Dunaway. Bill was the publisher and owner of the Aspen Times, and they donated the money to get the Aspen papers from the 1880s up to 1964, when the Aspen Times became a really big, thick paper, and you pay by the page. So at that point, in between, well, it just was cost prohibitive, and so that's how far we went. And ironically, that's about the time that Bill Dunaway took over the paper, so they paid for digitizing work that he didn't actually do. So I think it'd be great to be able to do that. And then another big project that we have is to also digitize the music festival recordings from the Aspen Music Festival. We have their archival recordings in the library, and they're on CDs, which I think with time will gradually disintegrate. We'd like to get them backed up on some servers that would be hosted at the Marmot Library Consortium, which is over in Grand Junction. They would have one server, and we would have a server here in town, so that we would have redundancy. But I also wanted to just speak briefly about Marmot, because it's one of our big budget items. And our membership there was $125,000 last year. But with that membership, we were able to borrow from other Marmot libraries $200,000 worth of materials that kept us from needing to buy them for people. And I'm proud of the fact that our library was one of the founding members of the Library Consortium. there were 8 libraries that came together back in 1985 who decided to share hardware and software and staff so that we were able to enter the computer age really much earlier than many other libraries of our size in the country were able to accomplish. So Marmot runs the software for us that hosts the library catalog and the circulation system, which has the patron registration file, and that's how the books are checked in and out. They also keep our Wi-Fi running in the building and make the platform possible to do interlibrary loans and to host the databases that Genevieve curates those collections, digital collections with like ebooks and e-audio books that were really popular when people were in lockdown last year. So anyway, today the Marmots are in our building replacing our public and staff computers, which cost $94,000, and we would be we put in our budget for next year $50,000 to buy the 2 servers and money to get them installed and configured, and also we would have an ongoing annual maintenance of $5,200 for them to host the music festival recordings. Another thing I wanted to talk about is the Colorado Library Consortium, which is another, it's a state institution that helps our library function. And they have a courier system that has transported 24 million library items over the past 10 years. And we've got a picture here of some of our staff members when we've had trouble with the courier with the competition from FedEx, UPS, Amazon. They have a hard time getting courier drivers and sorters. But right now, in the last couple of weeks, things have been running very smoothly. But here was a log jam that had loosened up, and we suddenly got 21 totes one afternoon. So these staff members are celebrating the fact that they all turned to and got them sorted out and contacted the patrons that were waiting for the library materials. So Genevieve snapped a picture. But this kind of leads into the fact that the courier also serves the Snowmass Village outreach that we do, and we have a book drop there at the town center, and we also drop off the books that Snowmass Village residents have requested at the rec center. And we've been in conversations with the Snowmass town management to talk about the possibility of us having a small branch library in an expansion that's being discussed for the rec center. And so we also have money in the budget. We're thinking it'll probably cost between $7,000 and $10,000 to hire a consultant next year who would do community outreach and feasibility studies to see whether or not this would be a great opportunity to be able to have an actual branch in Snowmass Village that would probably host computers for the public and a small collection. And one thing that we know that people in Snowmass Village wish would happen is that there would be meeting rooms there, like we have meeting rooms at our library, where we could bring a lot of the programming out to Snowmass Village. And they remind us from time to time that I believe they provide about 30% of our tax revenue to the library. So we've been saving up money, and we think this might be the time to make a move in that direction. So I think that's my part of the presentation.
Okay. Any questions for Kathy or Genevieve right now? Greg, and then Patty?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kathy, for all that. And it's fascinating. It's great to hear about the digitizing of the back issues. I think that's really important. It's always, it's so expensive, but I also realize how much time goes into it for all those pages. I did want to ask, back in just about fresh out of high school, I worked for the Aspen Music Festival and did audio recording there. So I know some of my recordings, and part of the, as an intern, I have to say, and a student, part of those recordings are ones that I made. So I have a special connection to them. But I did want to ask, it sounds like, the sheriff was just here talking about data storage and they're going to the cloud. And I'm just wondering, why are we actually buying servers and placing them in geographic locations and paying an annual maintenance? Have you studied the possibility of having cloud storage for the Aspen Music Festival audio recordings and other medium? And would that be acceptable? And is it worth something that we should study? Because it might end up being actually more secure and safer, and who knows, it could be less expensive. Because a hard drive will fail after 4 or 5 years, but cloud storage is I think a little bit more robust in that regard.
Well, we've been working with the Marmots on this, Greg, and part of this project is to also back it up into the cloud and for security. And I will double check with this, but the way that they had proposed the program was to have these servers and also the cloud backup. So anyway, I'm happy to go back and make sure that it's absolutely necessary to spend that money on those computers.
I think that would be a good idea, and if you can don't ask me, but ask one of our IT consultants or IT people might have a perspective on that could be helpful. I think it's a great program, and I want to see those recordings preserved. I just want to make sure it doesn't cost so much, if possible. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Steve or Patty?
Yeah.
No? Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, on the 265,000 for the digitalization, the library board, I'm sure that they've been through this budget and are approving, because I know it comes out of the library fund. We want to make sure that we're going to have funds in there for future. So yeah, it's hard for me to imagine who isn't a fan of the library.
Thank you, Patty.
I've been spending time at the not the Carbondale Library, but at the Glenwood Library, Basalt Library with my granddaughter. Carbondale's our next stop. But yeah, and how much fun it is. And of course, this library, she gets to come up here with me to that. But it's amazing when you get kids interested in the library at a young age, it carries through for the rest of their lives.
Absolutely.
And I think that's important. So thank you.
Thanks.
Does the board have any questions on
Steve's got a
the
hand up,
5-year
sorry.
plan?
Go ahead, Steve.
Okay, in the packet, it talks about the boiler system at the library. I don't know how much that fits into this budget, but there were different questions asked about, how to proceed with the boiler project and for the library. And I know that there's really good state-of-the-art systems available right now. I hope that one of those would be what the library is putting in place, and I'm curious if progress has been made on that and how that fits into this next year's budget.
Well, we've put that project on hold really while the county does studies to see about the possibility of electrifying some of these systems. So if you'll remember, Jody Smith had everything teed up to go to replace our boilers with gas boilers, and she had, I don't know, I'm guessing it was around $250,000 budgeted for it, and then she needed to come back because the price had gone up another 50%. So she'd come back for a supplemental budget appropriation, and at that point, the commissioners asked to put the brakes on the project until there was time to see whether or not it would be feasible to have electric boilers put in rather than gas. So we went back, of course, to the library board, and they said, that they were certainly willing to cooperate with the desires of the Board of County Commissioners, and are hoping that maybe by delaying that things, that there might be some more developments in technology that would make it more cost-effective to put in electric boilers. One of the questions that I put into the budget document was that when Zach Hendricks was reporting on the possibility, his thoughts were that the boilers would not fit in the boiler room, and that to the library was a big problem. So there's that. There's the new transformer that would be needed, bigger electrical plant panels to hold the currents coming through. So it's a lot of things that need to be studied, and we're assuming that it's part of you folks' work that you're embracing.
There is a placeholder in the 5-year plan in 2023. You'll see just over a little over $1 million under building improvements in the 5-year plan. That isn't in anticipation of something being done, but at the moment it's just a placeholder.
Okay. John, did you want to add?
I was just saying that Kathy's understanding is correct. That's actually what kicked off the overall electrification study was that conversation.
Microphone. He's coming for you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Kathy's correct. It's actually the boiler discussion that kicked off our overall electrification recommendation that's in this budget. And we do have a placeholder for whatever the outcomes of that are at the end of the day.
We give John 3 tries the last time we let the guy get him.
And Greg, did you have another question or follow-up? I saw your hand.
Yeah, I do. I want to thank you for following up on that. It occurs to us that maybe it's there's a solution that could involve heat pumps that aren't always internal to the boiler room. But I don't know about that, but I'm so glad that we're going to be looking at this. And Kathy, since I've got you here and since we're talking about library, I have been promoting heavily because I've been reading these books. I'm holding up this one. This is called Electrify by Saul Griffith. It came out about a week ago, and I'm hoping the library gets several copies because it's called Electrify, an Optimist's Playbook for Our Clean Energy Future. And it's about how and why we can all participate in getting to a cleaner electrification. The second book is one I've been flogging for quite a while. And this one's just coming out tomorrow, actually. It's called Speed and Scale. It's by John Doerr. It's an action plan for solving our climate crisis now. And you might be taking interest in looking into this book and understand, one, the gravity as presented by these MIT scientists and others of the situation, and also the way forward. And so electrifying the library would really could possibly be the best thing we do as we start on this. So I'm grateful that you're paying attention to it and that we're working on it as well. And thank you for your patience on that. And I'm hoping you get both of these books in stock in abundance because I'm going to be recommending them to everyone. Thanks.
Well, I would say, Greg, thank you for the purchase suggestions because that's really a valuable way to build our library collection. If you are going around town recommending books, it's nice to make sure that we've got them because that's really a valuable way to build a collection. Thank you.
And maybe we could have Mr. Doerr donate a few. So, Greg, maybe you can ask Mr. Doerr if he'll donate a few to the library.
I'm pretty certain he will, and
Okay.
I'll bring him in. I just want to make sure that you can accept a donation like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Kathy and
Thanks.
Genevieve.
Thank you, ladies. Nice to see you guys.
And that concludes our budget
Thanks.
presentation for today. We will be back next week on Thursday for Flourishing Natural and Built Environment. And I will talk to Charlotte about trying to squeeze in a little extra time to have a more comprehensive discussion on the FTE
You've got 2
request.
minutes credit. We can add that to you.
Well, and I do have a suggestion that since we're gonna move to future agendas, I'll just tell you and then we can talk about it, that maybe we move the landfill construction project update and give that space to budget, and that is on the 9th. So
That
that
sounds
would be
like-
my first suggestion, where to
think-
find time.
I think that's workable, actually.
Okay, so now we're gonna move to future agendas. I've sort of bridged our gap here, and then we'll have a break at 3:15. So
Thank you, Connie.
Thank you, Connie. Yeah. John Peacock, any notes on future agendas?
Well, we're looking way, way ahead right now to 2022, and we're putting together the 2022 calendar for the board to consider. Wanted to get some, sorry.
That's two.
So we are looking at our 2022 meeting calendar and wanted to get some feedback. There's a new federal holiday, Juneteenth. That would fall on June 20th, 2022. That came into being this past year, and so wanted to get some feedback as to including that on our list of official holidays as a county. And then we're also really trying to take a look at the various religious holidays. I know we've run into that and understanding which would typically be related with a non-work day or such to be able to put in front of you. So that will be part of that 2022 calendar. But if we could get some feedback on recognizing Juneteenth, and if we need more background, we can bring that back.
It's a federal holiday, right?
It is a federal holiday. It was made such this last year.
All right, Greg, I see a hand.
Well, I just wanted to say, I think if we keep adding new holidays, we'll be at a 4-day work week at the rate we're going. That's my snarky remark about them. But I'm completely supportive of the Juneteenth, especially on that day, because that happens to be my birthday. And if the county decides to celebrate June 20th, for purely selfish reasons, I'm happy with that. Give everyone the day off on my birthday.
Greg, that means you don't get cake. You don't get a Kelly cake then if we're not in the office on your birthday.
Well, that would probably serve me as well. As my waistline expands. Thank you anyway, Kelly. No, I think that we should probably just sync up because it's going to come up anyway in any of our other meetings with other neighboring communities or other partnerships of various sorts. If they're celebrating it, we should be too, and I'm all in favor of being in line with it, and I support it.
All right, as do I. Other thoughts? Steve?
Those same thoughts. We need to support that. That's an important holiday that recognizes a whole segment of our population who have been put in the background for centuries, and it's important that we celebrate that. The one thing that we need to do is be able to continue providing public services to people in our county, and if we can do that, add one more day off, but make up for it by being very efficient on the other days of that week, I'm all for that. And I want to have birthday cake for everybody in the county on that day.
Kelly, you better start cooking.
That's a big cake. I don't think my oven's that big.
Okay, it sounds like we have direction there. So we will finish putting the calendar together, and we will find a time to bring it back to the board before the end of the year.
Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking
2022.
that will run into sort of the voting period for primary election. So I don't know how we deal with that. Just
Yeah, we need to consider that.
something to keep in mind.
Okay. Well, we will talk about that at the E-team level. Then. And that is all I have. We are filling up through the end of the year for sure.
We're overflowing into
Overflowing at this point, yeah.
Okay, input from folks. Turn my video off, so I'm on here twice. Did you jot that note? I'm sure Connie will bring it to Charlotte, but is
On the 9th.
Yeah, is that okay to move that conversation? Or is there, as far as you know, a timeliness to it that?
You are going to have caught me doing some other work while you all
Okay,
were having that
no
discussion. Which
problem.
item are you
Yes.
looking at moving?
So we were looking at moving the landfill construction update off of the 9th and dedicating that half hour to the FTE discussions for budget.
Yeah, I will double check, but I do not think that should be an issue.
All right. Okay. Any other thoughts or feedback on our future agendas?
Nope.
Let's see. I'm just scrolling through to make sure I haven't missed anything.
I have a quick open discussion I could slide in here if we have time.
Hang on 1 second. Okay. All right, that's it for future agendas. We do have a few minutes before our 3:30 presenters join us, so let's do some open discussion. Patty.
Yeah, I think we can make a decision on the library interviews.
Oh, yes.
We have the 3 positions available, the 2 alternate and the 1 regular. We've had 3 great candidates. I would support selecting all 3, and then we can determine maybe first come, first served. The first one we interviewed, who was the first application, maybe gets the regular and the other 2 get the alternate, because I think it's a toss-up as to which one should go where. So that would be my suggestion.
We would probably have to ask Charlotte for that, right? Because I don't know if they interviewed in the order that they applied.
Okay, then let's just take whoever submitted the first application and put that person in the regular and the other 2 in the alternate. I think we'll have opportunities for them to move up in the not too distant future.
Mm-hmm. Thoughts, Greg?
Remind us who we're talking about.
Yeah.
I've got them right here.
Elizabeth Severy, Ashley Connolly, Elizabeth Severy,
And Aaron Cummings.
Well done.
Right.
I kept a list.
Does that sound good, Steve?
Yeah, that sounds good, and all 3 of them are good candidates, and I was gonna say we could draw straws, but first come, first serve, who applied first, that works for me too.
Okay.
Can I propose something, and maybe based on the, I know Ashley Connolly has applied for various boards for quite a while with us. She's been an ardent applier to community advisory boards. So I was leaning toward her, just because I know she's come in and applied and been there and shown up for us and interviewed time and time again. So I was going to probably suggest her. I don't know if Aaron has done the same. I think Elizabeth is fairly new to it. So I was going to put it that way. But
Greg, you're absolutely right. That's a really good point. And Ashley may have even applied at the library, and then some glitch came up.
That is.
And so yeah, I would definitely support that, Greg. That's a really good idea, because she had applied previously, and something came up, and there wasn't a position or something, so she came back to do it again. So I think her interest is definitely there. So I would support making her the regular and the other 2 the alternates. Greg, thanks for sharing that.
Well, and if you count her first application, she probably was the first
You
applicant.
got it. So we got it both covered. You're right. Good point. You made me feel so much better, John.
Yeah, that works for me. I mean, Kathy had indicated that the board generally operates under consensus anyway, so all voices have their
Great.
role.
Okay.
So we can pass it on to Charlotte, and
All right.
we can either do it tomorrow, because we have I have a short agenda tomorrow.
Okay, other open discussion?
That was actually mine too, so Patty
Oh,
got ahead
I
of me.
Beat you
Mark,
to it.
beat you to it. Any others, John?
No. Are we ahead of time?
We're a
How
little
did
bit
that
ahead of
happen?
time. Greg?
just very briefly, I don't know if you've all heard this, but I know I'm blanking out the name of the federal grant, but the core grant that Senator Bennett and Hickenlooper brought forward has made the list for approval.
The earmarks, right?
For the $1.2 million grant for coal basin methane mitigation project. So we're all being very hopeful that that will get voted through, and when it does, along with the other, I think it's $158 million total Colorado requests for Colorado projects, it will be part of it.
That's great.
And that's very exciting. And I've also asked, just so y'all know, I have asked Mona Newton, who put that grant request together for coal basin through CORE, to just provide us with the grant request documents so that we'll have it. I'm sure somebody's going to be asking for it soon, especially when it goes through. So good news on that front. Thanks.
Okay. Steve?
Is there any date set for ribbon cutting at the Aspen Solar Farm at this point, or
There isn't. Leslie Lamont gave it to me at one point, and I can look through my emails here because I asked her this last week. Let me just see if I have it, and I'll let you know.
Yeah, maybe we're not invited.
Yeah, I think they're not going to let us in there. Yeah.
No, I'd seen an email about
End of
that.
this month.
Yeah.
Is it tomorrow?
Yeah. So, Greg, I know we had seen an email that they're planning on it. I do not believe we've seen a follow-up email confirming. So we'll have to check that with Charlotte.
Well, FYI, I did receive a call from Jason Oslander at the Times asking about solar farm specific things in advance of the switch being thrown. So we know it's imminent, and I'm sorry I don't know exactly when, but Leslie will.
All right, please let's get that answer out. On calendaring stuff, is anyone planning to go to CCI's conference? I am not. John, you're gonna go?
I'm planning on going down there for it, yeah.
Okay. Steve, are you going?
I'm trying to make it happen that I can go. I'm not 100% sure yet that I'm going to be able to do that, but that's my intention to go.
I had thought about it.
Oh.
See, I had thought about it because of the rent thing, but trying to get down there and back for our meeting on Tuesday just makes life a little, after my last experience driving back from Denver.
I'm going to go to the CCAP retreat on the 18th, and so I'm going to opt out of CCI in lieu. Greg, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just saw Leslie's comment was that the solar farm ribbon cutting is slated for November 16th.
Okay.
So there you have it.
What are we doing that day? It seems like that
We
day
have a
has.
work session that day.
Kelly's baking a cake.
We have a work session. They're going to do the ribbon cutting on a day.
All
we
my
have a work
pans might be in
session?
boxes. I'm moving that weekend before. So what other? Oh, I also wanted to bring. I don't know if anyone would be interested. So there's a lot of interim committee work happening at the legislature, and so tomorrow, the legislative committee on taxes. I know it's a more formal title than that. Is reviewing 10 draft bills, and they will be voting on whether to move some of those forward towards the 2022 legislative session. One of those is a bill on short-term rentals. Yeah, and looking at, it's introduced by Senator Chris Hansen, who sits on that committee, and it is looking at the assessment values, so property tax assessment values. And right now, the draft proposal is that any residence that is rented for more than 30 days, for less than 30 consecutive days at a time, would be required to pay lodging tax, which is a commercial tax assessment rate on those days that it's being used. So they would apportion out on a yearly basis what the time of residential use and the time of commercial use, and you would pay your property tax accordingly on that. It's likely this will take lots of forms should the bill proceed, but there is an opportunity to testify on that bill tomorrow if anyone would be interested. It's not appropriate for me to testify because I sit on the task force that advises, that provides input to this committee. So I am declining to publicly testify at the committee on this. But if anyone's interested, I'm happy to send you the information, and you could remotely testify on that at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Sounds like it'd be very confusing to track the.
Yeah, the assessors don't love the apportionment. But there is a lot of reason to support it to really get the conversation going as well.
I was going to ask that. It sounded like it could be a lot of work, and it'd be great to have staff advisory before I were to testify pro or con on something like that. I just think we want staff to let us know what would it entail.
Yeah, the assessors have concerns that they're expressing about the work on it. You know, the argument is, you know, if why should school districts not get the funding that they need, or fire districts not get the funding that they need for commercial activities that are happening, rather than giving these activities a subsidy, essentially.
Yeah, which I understand, but
So, okay, I just wanted to bring that forward to you all. Any other open discussion before we take a short break?
let's take a break.
Okay, let's break until 3:30, and we'll resume for our conversation with Colorado Parks and Wildlife on the Black Bear Management Plan. See you all shortly. Thank you, Grassroots. And Grassroots, you can give us a countdown? We're good? Okay. Welcome back, everyone, to the Picken County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, October 26th. We're reconvening after a short break to take up the remainder of our agenda. And here we are with Colorado Parks and Wildlife to discuss the Black Bear Management Plan. Let me check in and see if our other commissioners joining us from home are back. If you could please join us and turn on your videos on Zoom.
Hi, Matt.
Because I would hate to get started and have them miss part of it. And Matt and Julie, you both can hear me okay? Okay, sounds good. All right, if you wouldn't mind, we'll just give Steve and Greg a moment. All right, there's Greg. Hi there. Okay, since we have a quorum, I'm sure Steve Child will be with us any second. I will go ahead and turn it over to Matt Yamashita with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Hi there, sir. Nice to see you.
Hi, thanks, commissioners.
Oh, we can't hear you. We had this problem before, so just give us 1 second. All right, try it again.
How about now?
Okay,
Yeah,
we got it.
Technology's perfect. No, thanks, commissioners, for allowing us to attend and present to you our draft black bear management plan. As you are aware, black bears are a significant resource in the Roaring Fork Valley, specifically in Pitkin County. So this draft plan is looking to update our existing bear management plan, which will incorporate all of the Roaring Fork Valley and the Eagle Valleys. Specifically in here, Pitkin County has a vested interest. You know that we've had a significant number of human-bear related conflicts in the area. And so that's one of the things we'd like to address and start to talk about. Presenting with me today is Julie Mao. She's our wildlife biologist out of the Glenwood Springs office. Obviously, I'm Matt Yamashita. I'm the area wildlife manager out of the Glenwood Springs office. So I'll let Julie start out with presenting this draft plan. Ultimately, we're looking for feedback, comments, critiques, etc., to help kind of contour where we go with this plan. This plan is open for public comment as well, and Julie will cover how to comment on the plan, how to provide information, and what our timelines are.
Perfect.
Sorry about that. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Okay. I'm going to turn off my video here just so that it doesn't slow down my internet. Thank you, everybody. So as Matt mentioned, we're revising the bear population management plan for our local bear population, which is called B11. For some general background, black bear numbers throughout North America have been growing in recent decades, including in Colorado and especially within our local area. And in many ways, black bears can be considered a conservation success story in the sense that bear populations today are higher compared to the past century when habitat loss and human actions had significantly reduced their numbers. But as black bears and also the human population both increase, as you all well know, conflicts between our two species have been on the rise, especially in the past couple decades. And this is because of bears' foraging behaviors, being omnivores and scavengers, combined with the wide availability of human-related foods such as our garbage, bird feeders, fruit trees, and so forth. So each bear population in Colorado, so this is the map of Colorado with each of our administrative boundaries for bear populations. So each population has a management plan. The plan establishes population management objectives that are ideally both biologically and socially acceptable. This is B11 here with Glenwood Springs, where that yellow star is, and Pickens County down here. The goals of our current planning process for B11 are to obtain public input on bear management and also to select the population management objective for the next 10 years. Commissioners, you should have a copy of the draft plan, but for any members of the public who might be listening in, this is they can get to the draft plan through this link here. And I'll show that link again later. So one important point to remember when thinking about this plan for B11 is that CPW is tasked with managing the bears, whereas trash ordinances are established and enforced by the municipalities, counties, or land management agencies. So this bear plan is primarily meant to address what we as CPW can do in terms of managing the bear population. And we of course want to continue to work with local governments and communities to reduce human bear conflicts, but this B11 plan is focused on the bear side of the human bear conflict equation. So this map shows the unit boundaries of B11. So it covers the Roaring Fork as well as the Eagle, and then a small portion of the Colorado River Valley going from Radium down to Del Cerro, and again, Pickens County's down here. And the different colors on the map show different land managers or landowners. CPW's priorities for bear management in B11 include managing human bear conflicts, providing a quality bear hunting experience, and maintaining a sustainable bear population in the long term. And these issues can sometimes be contradictory to each other, so finding a balance among the various issues is our key challenge. So what do we know about B11's bear population? Black bears are a difficult species to accurately estimate their population size. They're generally solitary or only with their dependent young. They live in forested or dense shrub habitat, and they're also asleep in their winter dens for half the year. So they're not easily observable at the population scale compared to other big game species like deer and elk. But we do have a very rough estimate of population size that we have derived from indirect genetic surveys that we did a number of years ago, and also from habitat-based population modeling. So in B11, we estimate that we have about 1,040 bears. But just to reiterate, that's a rough estimate, and it's not something that we're able to update annually. What we do have a better sense of, though, is the population trajectory or population trend. In other words, is the population increasing, stable, or decreasing? And we use 3 indices that are based on the age and sex composition of the harvest. These are shown here in this table. This type of data is readily available for us to collect because we have mandatory checks of all harvested bears. So we track these numbers and update them annually. Here I've shown this as 3-year averages. And then as far as how these harvest composition indices relate to population trend is based on the differing vulnerabilities of each age and sex class to being harvested. The values of each of these indices suggest whether the population is increasing, stable, or decreasing. And here I've color-coded it so that the red values suggest decreasing, yellow values suggest stable, and then the green values suggest an increasing population. And as you can see, within a given, in this case, a 3-year average, each index, or the 3 indices don't necessarily point the same direction. But for example, if we had all 3 indices showing yellow, for example, then we would have we'd be pretty certain that then that population is stable. In this case, for B11, for about the past 10 years, it's been in the stable to declining range, so the red and yellow colors. And this time frame of 10 years coincides with when we started to increase license quotas in response to high conflict levels, and therefore harvest started to increase starting about 2010. So human-bear conflicts are the major issue in B11. Over the last 15 to 20 years, conflicts have increased significantly to the point that bear conflict years now seem to unfortunately be the new normal in B11. The current levels of bear conflict really stretch the capacity of our local CPW staff to reasonably handle. And for example, in poor natural food years, we estimate that we have roughly 600 to 900 bear complaints per year that officers need to respond to, and 43 non-harvest human-caused mortalities of bears per year, per year during poor natural food years. And those would be control kills, road kills, and landowner kills. And even in the better natural food years, we still have some bears coming into town because they have learned that garbage is going to be readily available. So we're considering 2 different alternatives for bear population management in B11 for the next 10 years. Alternative 1 is a stable population trajectory, under which we would aim for a moderate level of harvest and license quotas. And then alternative 2 would be a declining population trajectory until certain thresholds for social metrics are met. So I'll explain that in a second. But so we would try to get additional harvest by issuing more licenses until either social conflicts decline by 50% in the 3 most recent poor food years. And by social conflicts, there's 2 pieces of data that we're going to be collecting in order to measure that. One would be the number of bear incident reports that we receive that are conflict categories. So that would include property damage, aggressive behavior, and actual physical attacks. It would not include calls that we get that are just sightings of bears. And then the second piece of data would be the number of non-harvest human-related bear mortalities. So again, that would be control kills, landowner kills, and road kills. Once the bear population has been declining for 3 years in a row, and that would be based on those age and sex harvest composition indices. Then we will gauge hunter satisfaction by surveying the 11 hunters about their hunting experience. So if either of these social thresholds are reached, then we'll reevaluate the objectives for B11. And our CPW staff preferred alternative is alternative 2. Our current provisional objective that we've been operating under since 2010 has been a more simple version, basically in response to the high levels of conflict that started in the mid-2000s. We've been trying to achieve more harvest since 2010 to reduce the bear population, but we currently don't have any established definitions of when we would have reached an objective. But going forward, though, under alternative 2, we would be specifically defining the criteria under which human-bear conflicts would be at a more reasonable and manageable number, we would also be specifically taking into account hunter satisfaction. So how would bear hunting and human-bear conflicts look under each of these 2 alternatives? So licensed quotas under the stable alternative would probably remain similar, but might be reduced in later years in order to stabilize the population. Under the decreasing alternative, licenses would be more readily available in order to achieve that additional harvest. Hunter success under the stable alternative would probably remain similar to current success rates, whereas under the decreasing alternative, success rates could decline as the population drops and as the age structure of the bear population becomes younger. And then human-bear conflicts are really going to depend on both the bear population size as well as on the availability of human-related food and trash. Under either of these scenarios, conflicts could actually decline if human foods are made unavailable, but they could more likely be reduced if the bear population is also reduced. And just as a final point, human-bear conflicts involve both the behaviors of humans and bears. So the issues and the solutions are both biological and societal. CPW can attempt to manage conflicts in part by managing the bear population size, but we can't resolve human-bear conflicts alone. And to really reduce conflicts in an effective way, there needs to be a unified community level effort to reduce garbage and other human-related foods so that they're no longer available to bears as attractants. There are a lot of educational resources available on how to live with bears, for example, from Bear Aware programs and Bear Smart programs. There's also been a lot of research done, including in Aspen, with Sharon Burke-Morto and Dave Lewis, who are 2 graduate students, as well as one of our former researchers who did a similar project in Durango. But a lot of research was done on conflicts and trying to figure out which solutions are effective and which are not. And those are summarized in the plan as well, but I'm not going to go into detail on those right now. So we're basically seeking your input on the B11 plan and what your preferred management alternative is for the next 10 years. We're looking for written comments from the board, and if you could get those to us by November 10th, that would be great. For any members of the public, we do have an online survey that you can get to at this link here. And then again, the draft plan is available at this link. And then I just wanted to show on the CPW site where to find that. So if you do a Google search for CPW D11 plan, it'll take you to this herd management plan page. And then, so the information is here, and then I'll just blow that, wrong direction. Just to blow up that part, the link to the D11 plan is here, and then the link to the online survey is here.
Okay, thank you, Julie. Board members, are there questions for Julie and Matt? Patty?
Yeah, I have a question on that one side. You said bear hunter satisfaction. How do you define that? I mean, yeah, this one. You know, for me, just to be blatantly honest, I'm not sure I care about bear hunter satisfaction. I really rather care about the bears. So how do you define that as part of this slide?
Well, what we'll probably do is a similar survey to the online survey that we have out right now. So it asks a series of questions as far as, so one of the questions, for example, is like, are you a bear hunter? Have you hunted in B11? And then there are follow-up questions like ranking people's satisfaction levels with their hunting experience.
So it's a section of the survey that's specific to bear hunters.
Correct.
Okay. The other point I have is I'm just wondering if the Board of County Commissioners would like to submit our own comments regarding this, and if so, I know we don't have a lot of time, but maybe we could have staff help us draft a letter, or do we want to submit our own individual comments? Because I think this is something that hits home, literally, sometimes hits home to all of us, and I think it's an important issue for us to be addressing.
Okay, thanks, Patty. Other questions and comments from board members? Steve?
Well, I wouldn't be able to decide today which alternative I would prefer. Just have some comments about things I have observed. My friends who I hunt with have hunted with for decades. The one friend always would get a bear license, and he has never shot a bear in his life. He even, for bear satisfaction, he would even see a bear during the second rifle season. He would be happy. That would be his satisfaction, whether he was able to kill a bear or not. That was sort of his lifelong dream. So once you get into like the later rifle seasons, the bears are, I don't know if they're already starting to go into their winter dens at that point is probably what's happening. So you very rarely will see, see fresh signs or even see an animal. So that's one of the variables that comes into play when some hunters would like to get a bear, but they don't see a bear because the bears are denned up already. And also the CPW officials kill more bears than anybody else, the problem bears, and it's probably a job that you all hate doing, killing a bear just because people made bad choices on, not securing their trash cans or whatever, and the bears become repeat offenders and end up being killed by, our game wardens, and that's really an unfortunate part about it, but that's maybe also driving part of your desire to, have this bear management plan, and maybe if more hunters are being successful than in their hunts, then CPW officials would have to kill fewer bears during the course of the rest of the year. So is that kind of where you're coming from?
For the record, harvest mortalities are a lot higher than control mortalities. So there are actually more bears that are killed through harvest rather than through controlled kills.
And Commissioner, I'll add one other comment to that. It's no surprise to you. You hit the nail on the head. Our staff, our officers, that's the last thing that we wanted to do when we signed up for the job. Obviously, our goal is to help conserve the wildlife resource, not get rid of the resource. So it's kind of one of those things that it's a necessary evil, and we in managing, through this process, one of the things and where this whole management plan is going, and that second alternative is bringing in something that is kind of new to us as a management agency. Historically, we've always managed based on strictly the biological component. With bear management, specifically here locally within the valley, a lot of that, there's a large social component to it. And we thought it would be not doing ourselves nor the resources service if we ignored that social component, which drives so much of our management, so many of our management decisions. So that's why this is kind of something new for us as an agency, definitely new for us locally, but we're trying to incorporate some of that social aspect to the management as well. But still going back to what our bread and butter is, and that's the population style management based on the biology. So managing the numbers of bears, but also paying attention to some of those social considerations that really dictate a lot of our interactions with the species.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? I'll jump in. I have a couple. I'm curious about regarding the reduction goal for the conflicts. It says a 50% reduction would help you guys determine whether the alternative is working. And I guess I'm wondering, why was 50% chosen, and what is the baseline number that you're working from? Because it seems like it could be a moving target over years.
So there's two components again to that, the social conflicts. And that first one again was the number of bear incidents, and currently we estimate that in poor natural food years it's at about 600 and sometimes up to 900 complaints that we get. We do have a new database that we're starting to track these through. In the past, it was all done through paper forms, so just getting them digitized would be a nightmare, or just we haven't been able to get to that. But now, as of 2019, we started logging these through an app that is available to all staff members. So the tracking of that is gonna be a lot more efficient in the future. And then that second component, which was the non-harvest human-related bear mortalities, that's something that we have tracked for a long time, so we have good data on that. And I think the current 3-year average from the three poor food years of recent times, that average has been 43. And so we'd like that to be down to about 20 to 25. And in response, or you're asking about like, so why 50%? And honestly, that's probably just as a starting point where we think we would be able to get to a manageable level. I guess we discussed it as an area, and Matt and Perry before him just thought like, well, geez, if we could get conflicts down to half of what we're dealing with right now, that would be a good place to be. Yeah. And then another clarification that I want to make, because it seems like from some of the public comments I've gotten through that online survey, people seem to think that we want to decline the bear population by 50%, but no, it's that we want the social conflicts to decline by 50%. As far as like how much we have to reduce the bear population, that's really an unknown, and it depends, as we've been talking about, on both. It depends on both the humans and the bears. So.
And that I guess leads to my second question is, in poor food years, my understanding is that a bear could get impregnated, but might not actually gestate because they're not healthy enough in a poor food year. And so how is like this decline, or this higher harvest during bear years interacting with a natural population decline?
So there's a lot of things that are going to affect what direction the bear population goes in. And so, for example, actually, some of the bears that are using urban areas for forage, they end up having larger litters and they're heavier. But on the other hand, the mortality of both sows and cubs in urban areas is higher. So the net effect is probably that these urban centers are more acting as population sinks.
Okay.
So and that's been some of the research that Sharon and Dave were doing in Aspen, as well as Heather Johnson, our researcher in Durango, found very similar patterns there as well.
Okay. Thanks, Julie.
And going back to one of your other, your previous question regarding the 50% decline, just to clarify, that wasn't so much of a random number that we pulled out of a hat. We are basing this on those main conflict years where there's a food shortage. And so in looking at the past years of data, we were able to quantify what those conflict numbers were. And we were able to identify that in those non-food shortage years that the number of conflicts declined, and in some of those years the decline was about 50%. So our goal was to try to accomplish essentially the same number of conflicts in bad food failure years as in what we would constitute as a normal year. It was a reachable goal. It was something that we believe that as staff that we can achieve. So that's kind of where we set that bar. It's a good starting point. I think as a community, and as resource managers, we can probably do better, but we wanted to set, our sights on something that we might be able to actually achieve and that wasn't so far-fetched that we'll never see success.
Okay, thanks.
Right, it would be great if it could get down to 0, but we wanted to have like a reasonable goal to aim for.
Okay, thank you. And we are reached the end of our time, but I want to just check in with board members. We may need to revisit any letter in open discussion. Greg.
Yeah, thanks. It's fascinating always. I know it's such a complex issue, and I also know where your sentiments are regarding trying to protect the population. I'm just thinking that, the effects of climate change on habitat and on bear population, the effects of human encroachment, and the incredible increase in recreation that we've seen from the American population that has been filling all of our backcountry areas and the campgrounds and beyond, doesn't bode well for the bears, because the bear conflicts are going to increase even as the bear population decreases. So the alarming thing for me is that we may be actively culling bears while there's a declining population because of these other factors. So it seems like I don't know where the tipping point will be, but I hope we don't get to it and surprise ourselves. You could easily imagine that we'll extinct these bears because there's no room for them anymore based on the protocols that we're using. And I'm sure there's more to it than that, but I would love to learn more and explore that, because my biggest concern is that in order to accommodate human encroachment or deal with climate change, we're going to sacrifice the bears and some of the other species as well. And I'm hoping that that is taken into consideration by CPW. I'm not really, and it's been the model for so many years that it seems like CPW really exists to create a hunting industry, as some people cynically say. I don't know if that's true or not. But I do hope that we have real advocates for the bears, there, and it's driven by that advocacy to try to create a healthy bear population, and then we got to work on the humans. So, you know, I know how hard that is, but anyway, I appreciate the presentation. I'm not sure what I'd say in a letter, but I feel an urge to write one.
I think those are good points that you bring up. And again, I'll reiterate that there's two sides of this bear-human conflict equation. And there are things that you guys as the county can do to help out on the human side. And we appreciate your efforts there.
Just real quick.
Great, thanks, Julie. Yeah, Patty.
Yeah, just real quick, and in closing, Julie, on that note, I've always been one who says, you know, we give bears 3 strikes and you're out. And I think we should have flipped that out of the human beings who leave their trash out. I'm not sure what means you're out means, but yeah, but I mean, if it's fair for the bears, why is it not fair for the people who entice the bears into their kitchens, into their trash, and into the urban areas? So that's another one we could still be working on.
Patty, or something more?
Yeah. I actually said 3 days in jail for the owner of the property, not the property manager, but we'll see how that goes. Thanks, Matt.
All right.
Good to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you both. We
Thanks,
appreciate
Julie.
your time here, and we'll collect ourselves as a board when we're not kind of pressed for time and figure out some comment submittal. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
All right. Okay, moving on. We next have a Healthy Rivers grant application with EcoFlight, and it's nice to see Bruce and Jane and Michael. And I will turn it over to Lisa McDonald, who's our staff for the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, to introduce this item. Hi.
Great, thanks, Kelly. This is a fun item, I think, in front of the commissioners today for authorization for a $30,000 Healthy Rivers grant to EcoFlight for aerial advocacy for protecting the Crystal River. The funds will be used to complete strategic overflight programs that will engage stakeholders and decision makers in the effort to protect the Crystal River as a wild and scenic river. The River Board at its September 13th meeting in this very room actually unanimously moved to recommend authorization by the BOCC for this grant. I'm joined by the EcoFlight team here, as Kelly mentioned, and I think Bill Yocums was going to join us via Zoom. Bill is our vice chair. One thing I wanted to note in Bill provided some comments after the meeting and on the grant request where he mentioned periodic reporting be a condition of the grant as approved by the commissioners, but that is in the grant request already, and they will do reporting. So I don't think that needs to be addressed today. He also mentioned public acknowledgement, and he wanted to let you all know that that was not related to the EcoFlight request, and we plan to address maybe that issue in a criteria update in the future. So I just wanted to note those two things for you. And Bill, if he has any further comments or if you guys have questions on that, he's joining us today. So I think I'll flip it over to the EcoFlight crew and let them go from there.
Thanks, Lisa.
Sure.
I'm Bruce Gordon. I'm the president of the EcoFlight, and Michael and Janie are here also to say a few words. But number one, we thank very much the Healthy Rivers Board for their recommendation and the good work that they're doing for the community. And also, I wanted to really acknowledge, just listening in on some of the work that you guys have been doing as the county commissioners, I really acknowledge you for the leadership you take addressing our environmental issues that are integral to this, making this community one of the greatest communities in the United States. And it's because of your financial support and your awareness of what a special resource we have that, we keep going forward like that. Specifically to the Crystal, again, with your leadership, EcoFlight, I'll just give you a broad overview, and then Michael and Janie can address some of the details. Well, we've done a lot of work on wild and scenic rivers from the air, with the airplane, with the aerial advocacy, giving the land a voice is what we like to say. And we get people up and we get people with all kinds of different thoughts about these issues. And our mission is to educate them and for them to advocate for what they care about. We've had some real great success in Wyoming and Montana with these rivers and worked with people who really didn't understand what some of the designations for this land conservation was. You know, what is wild and scenic river? And so we've had people up in Montana that say, well, all we really want is to keep this resource, keep this land the way it is. You know, we have generations on the land and we want it the way it is. And it's come through on these flights and the discussions that go on board and the outreach that we provide that indeed some of these conservation easements and regulations and designations are indeed probably the only way that you're going to keep this land the way you want it. So that educational aspect has really been very powerful for us. And we've had really great success in bringing communities together. I've worked on issues we were trying to do Deep Creek for many years with, and it ended up with Representative McInnes, and he was on board with me. And he actually said, you know, we sometimes in our business call it a conversion experience. He really started to come around. And what we really needed to understand then, it's about getting the community on board. And that's something that we think we can very powerfully bring to this table and hope for this kind of a designation. So I'll let Michael chat a little bit more about our proposal, and please be open to any kind of questions that you might have. And please add anything.
Thanks. I think I got a light here. So yeah, thanks again. My name is Michael Gorman. I'm the program coordinator at EcoFlight, and I'll go into a little more details about the grant and the flight projects. But first, again, just wanted to thank you all for this opportunity, and also thank the board for their longtime commitment to the Crystal River. And I know this effort goes way back, and Pitkin County's always been a champion for the river, so we're really grateful that the county's willing to put some more resources and kind of infuse some more life into this campaign and this iteration of where we're at on the campaign right now. So I've got a few pictures. I'll share screen here. If it lets me do that. Mostly just to get the aerial perspective up there. For those of you in the room, I also brought some physical photos that we put up around here. And they're photos that we actually brought to the Marble event a couple weeks ago. So the Crystal River and its watershed is really hard to really fully understand without getting the aerial perspective. The headwaters are rugged and really just incredible landscape and wild and obviously very beautiful. And the lower part of the river is it's so much more than what you can see from Highway 133. So getting up in the air really opens up the perspective to that. And obviously it's a river that still keeps some of its water in it despite what diversions do exist on there. There still are some healthy parts of the river, and here you can see some braided channels, and that's this effort. Ultimately, the goal of this campaign is to keep what water we have remaining in the Crystal for perpetuity. And the goal here specifically is the wild and scenic designation, as you all know, would protect the river from any future dams or diversions. And as we continue to deal with more population growth and more water demand here in Colorado, the pressures on all of our rivers are just increasing. So anything that we can keep in the river and protect is really important. And for that designation to happen, we need to get our senators on board. And for them to get on board, they want to see support from a broad constituency, like including Pitkin County, but towns like Marble, Carbondale, Gunnison County. They really like to, before they take much action on something like this, they like to see that broad support, and that's where we can come in, and what we feel we can offer to the campaign is bringing that support together, drumming up spokespeople and supporters, and really showcasing that to our elected officials, using these flights to educate them and engage them on this issue. And we'll be doing that through, we'll be doing it strategically, working with the coalition that I think you all know of. Kelly's been on a lot of the calls. It includes Wilderness Workshop, SAVEPA, American Rivers, American Whitewater, and a couple others I think I'm forgetting. But that coalition's kind of coming back to life and picking up some more momentum thanks to the commission. And we're really starting to look at getting more supporters and spokespeople mobilized. And these flights are a really effective way, effective tool that we can add to the broader campaign and coalition to help do that. The aerial perspective is very powerful and highly informative. Seeing this landscape and this river with the watershed and the riparian habitat from the air, you really do get a much better sense of what people are talking about when we're talking about protecting the Crystal River. These flight events can be really powerful. We're gathering up stakeholders and spokespeople and elected officials and getting them all to sit in the small airplane shoulder to shoulder, and they're all, you know, looking over each other's shoulders at the same landscape, and really letting the land speak for itself is what we like to say, but really looking at it from a common perspective and a shared experience. These people, you know, they might have different backgrounds or political agendas, but having this shared kind of intimate experience in the airplane is a really great platform to have these conversations and start to loop more people in, bring more people into the fold, and try to develop kind of longer term allies in the broader campaign. So for those of you who haven't gone up, I think some folks on the board have, but those who haven't, I definitely encourage you to join us on one of our flights to see for yourself, but also to be a part of that advocacy and help create some of those conversations and foster some more relationships with some of those targeted allies that we're trying to bring in. I think the board can be really helpful in that way. And yeah, these flights that can really leave a lasting impression on passengers who can, you know, have something to remember the Crystal by, but also hopefully learn a lot. So we take up, we'll also use, you know, these, in addition to these advocacy flights I mentioned, we'll also be using other parts of our agenda. We'll be focusing some of our student programs on the Crystal River. It's really great to see the younger people getting involved and taking a stand and speaking up about issues like this. And that's been a really effective program that we've done in the past with our student programs. We'll also be, you know, creating content for social media and printed materials that the coalition will be able to use. We'll be able to use these flights to earn media and pitch stories in the papers when the time is right. It's a really effective way to do that and create an event out of the flights that can earn some more media. And in addition, you'll see in the budget, we've also put a video or videos in there that EcoFlight will produce using our in-house videographer and communications team. And I'll hopefully be able to show you something at the end. We'll see about the audio, but just a little example of the kind of videos we can create. But basically, we've done a few educational, informational videos and more kind of call to action, shorter social media pieces that where we can really use video as a tool to drive comments or just spread the word, get more hype and more involvement online. Let's see. I was supposed to be clicking through these while I was talking, but
Yeah, they're beautiful.
yeah, it's just a really incredible way to see the watershed.
It's fun trying to figure out where they are.
Yeah, it is, and especially up in the Marble area, everything looks
Yeah.
so different up there. There's looking down the valley. You know, we've done flights any season. The Crystal River looks great all year round. It really,
Beautiful.
there's no bad time to go. It's really incredible. Oh, yeah, and this is when I was talking about our student programs and getting young people more involved. And we do have a history working with our two senators right now, Hickenlooper and Bennett. We've flown them on other campaigns and issues, but really good feedback from them, and the aerial perspective has really been a powerful experience for both of them. There's Michael Bennett. We did a lot of work with him on the Thompson Divide, and just him getting to come here and have that experience with Bruce, who I think were buddies from back in the day or something.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, just so you know, when our state and national elected officials can have this experience, this memorable experience here, and then go back to DC and have this fun, memorable experience in their mind when they're working on all these other issues that are competing with ours. That goes a long way too. And here was a little note from Michael Bennett about just
that's cool.
some of the flights over the Thompson Divide. And as you know, he's been a big champion for the Thompson Divide for years and years. And we're almost there. I think we're getting really close on the final piece of that with the Core Act. But yeah, I think I mostly covered kind of the idea behind these flights. We're really working to identify right now some more local stakeholders and spokespeople who can be really good messengers. And we're actually working right now with Kelly, we're working on a set of flights for some local elected officials at Carbondale to start getting them roped in. They haven't really been that actively involved yet, so this is a step to get some of the newer commissioners involved and excited about the issue. And then we're looking at doing the same thing with some Marble and Gunnison County officials, just to start getting those relationships running and more exciting again, and just bringing them and getting them more engaged on the process. I think I had a video. I threw this in there. That's the quarry. That is another issue that we've been working on up there, looking at what they've done to Yule Creek and some of the issues that have been going on up there. I think that was just last week, that photo. But yeah, we'll open it up for questions unless did I miss
No, I think you
anything?
covered it well.
I'll try to, just to show you a quick example of the kind of videos that we've been doing. I'm not even going to try to do the audio because it doesn't work on Zoom. We tried last time and it is more confusing than helpful. And the quality is reduced on here, but this is We can try, yeah. It just kind of lagged on Zoom. Well, maybe if I do that.
This is up in Idaho on the border, Idaho, Oregon especially, an area that most people would have no idea exists. And it has some really incredible recreational and wildlife values, and an integral part of that landscape. I wasn't flying the one on the right. Jamie was on the left. That gives you an idea, I think. You know, for me, what it does not only, conveys some of the most salient points about a landscape, but people wouldn't really get to see this kind of a landscape. I think at the Crystal and other places that when you get that aerial perspective, you really see where those watersheds are. You can see the impacts that might be potential problems or not problems. But it's a way to look at places, giving you a sense of place that you might not ordinarily have.
Yeah, and this one was specifically trying to get people to comment on a BLM or the I can't remember exactly where the comments were going, but it was being used to spark some action from the public. So something that we could do here on the Crystal if there's a public comment period or we're trying to get the public to engage in some way. We could use it for that. We also have done some longer kind of informational pieces that would introduce this topic to people that a lot of people in the valley probably don't know yet. This is an opportunity.
All right, thank you for the wonderful presentation. Let's go to board questions and comments on their request. Patty.
I don't think there's a question here. I think it's how do we get them the money? It's amazing, and this is what we need to do. We've tried to do the wild and scenic designation on the Crystal before, kind of got, up against a brick wall. And I think now might be the opportunity for us to get it all the way through, especially since we have both of our great senators on board. And we need to continue doing that and getting the public really behind it. So I think this is a great way for us to do that. And I want to thank you guys for bringing it forward.
Other board questions or comments? Greg and then Steve.
Yeah. Hey, Bruce, Janie, thanks for coming. Michael.
Nice to see you.
I guess I haven't looked at the proposal you made to the Healthy Rivers in any detail, but I do appreciate Bill Yoakum's request regarding metrics. What are the outcomes? Are you actually going to make a video here? And what does the 30,000 pay for? Those are the questions I have. I certainly support it and support your work and really believe in what you're doing, but I also want to see, I want to understand the budget, where the money's going, how many flights does this include? What is the cost per flight? Things like that are really fascinating to me.
Yeah, we usually don't break it down into cost per flight. We're looking at the outcomes. Do we get elected officials on board? Do we get county commissioners, city council people, mayors, etc. On board? That is the end goal, is getting this passed. And obviously, wild and scenic designation usually takes a number of years to happen. We have a lot of work that's happened on this particular river over the last decade. So I think we've got some good groundwork there. But in this next year for our grant, we intend to do multiple flights. You know, we intend to get the Marble, the Gunnison, the Carbondale, Pitkin County, any interested elected officials, and we'll be targeting those not so interested. Students, concerned citizens, so we'll be doing multiple sets of flights. The media will come down the line from that, and obviously we always count, you know, how many comments on a comment period. We count how many press articles come out of this. That's not what we're targeting right now. We're trying to get this as a sort of grassroots effort off the ground again, and get people involved and to care about it, and to realize that we're not taking anybody's water, which I think was the big Marble thing. We're not going to deny them their water rights. It will stay the same, and it'll be protected for their future. So I think the idea is to create, I can send you guys, we've done a couple of great videos on the Klamath and the Snake about the 4 lower dams being removed on both of those rivers. Those are our educational videos. They're about 5 minutes long, where they're interviewing people. There's some ground shots, but it's using the aerial perspective to show people the ruggedness, the wildness, and why this river is deserving of that. So I'd love to share those with you. And then, you know, we can do 1 minute call to action, or 30-second, you know, that goes on Instagram and Facebook, that we use the footage we've taken on the flights from that. So we do have $9,000 for a videographer, which would enable us to do the 5 minute and a short video from that. So that's the one budget item for sure. Michael is investing a fair amount of time with Lisa and Kelly and the rest of the coalition on phone calls and coalition calls, etc. And obviously, once we set up the flights, we do the inviting. So there's a lot of staff time in inviting, in designing the flight route, and designing which airport it's going to come from. You know, getting the pilots. It's a lot of logistics pulling off just one flight, let alone 10 or 15 flights or whatever we're going to be doing. So hope that answers it a little bit. If you have more specifics, I'm happy to answer those too.
Yeah, there'll be
I
dozens
think I
of
heard you say,
flights.
yes, you're going to make videos.
Yeah. Yes, we're going to make videos, and yes, we're going to address the other aspects that Bill's talking about, and acknowledgments and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, when you talk about a particular flight, we'll be doing dozens of flights. This morning alone, we were going to fly the buddy program, and that was going to be our issue. And we made some good decisions not to go, which turned out to be excellent, but we'll be doing that. So there'll be lots of opportunities, and we will be flying as the opportunities present themselves, and we'll be creating opportunities where we feel it's really important. So we won't be limiting the number of flights, and it's hard to, like Janie says, put a number on a flight. You know, you have one of these, you know, changing somebody's perspective, valuable stakeholder, changing his ideas and thoughts, and you know that's priceless in many ways. And yeah, airplanes are expensive, of course, but so we won't be putting any limits on the number of flights where we see opportunity.
And Bill, we very
Thank you.
much respect both your requests. We would love to, you know, put Pitkin County Healthy Rivers and the Board of County Commissioners up there supporting this in every which way we can. So that's not a problem, and the reporting in the same way. If Kelly is intimately involved, she'll be bringing back information to you guys about what we're currently doing, but we're happy to make that a more formal process during the year as well.
Great, thank you. And you will be working with the coalition. How does that relationship work? Are you working independently, or are you actually doing things at their suggestion, or are you an independent operator? How does it all work?
I'll let Michael answer that. We work as a part of the coalition, but I'll let him answer exactly how we're planning to do that.
Yeah, it's a coalition. We have regular calls where we meet, and it's made up of these groups that I mentioned, and everyone brings their perspective and their organizing expertise to the table. And we usually we discuss strategy. We're just kind of, this has been going on for a while now, and we're kind of just getting to the table and getting up to speed. But and Kelly might know a little more about the structure, but yeah, it's a group of 5 or 6 organizations who are all working towards the same goal, and discussing strategy and timing. And Wilderness Workshop has some staff and is dedicating a good amount of staff time to do a lot of the organizing and strategizing, and same with American Whitewater and American Rivers.
And I'll just jump in, Greg. So the thought was that the invitations are best to come from EcoFlight and the scheduling, because they're balancing their resources and availability, and that this is their expertise. So inviting the participants on the flights directly from them is a powerful approach. And we've been working with them as well, and the coalition is putting together the narrative and identifying like the person who would narrate the tour during the flight with all the expertise of wild and scenic and the Crystal River watershed, et cetera. So that's how it's working together.
Nicely said.
So did the board support the grant request?
The Healthy Rivers Board.
I know, did our board?
Oh, I don't. Let's check in with Steve. I think Steve had his hand up if he had any questions or comments.
Yeah, I think Bruce kind of answered my question. I'd been trying to envision, how does EcoFlight, what does it have to do with the river running on the ground? And you really provide the unique experience that people can't get any other way besides going in the air and flying over and seeing it from above. So the effort has been made in previous years to accomplish this designation for the river, doing things on the ground and in board meetings and whatnot. And there's a certain part of the population of elected officials who are they've resisted that. And I think that having the unique experience of seeing it from the air might be what is essential to having them get the big picture and understand the whole thing. And you are the only one who can provide that perspective, that all the other groups are good at looking at the perspective on the ground. But that's, I think, the role that I see in EcoFlight. And I had been wondering, well, why wasn't the coalition coming forward with this grant application? But you are delivering specific things, which only you can provide to this effort. Now, one question was, there's been an effort to try to get Deep Creek designated as wild and scenic. Have you been tying that in at all with flights over Deep Creek on the flat tops with on the Crystal River, and maybe comparing them and showing how they both would be good, valid additions to the wild and scenic designation?
We have not been doing that, and I think that's a good suggestion, because when you see them, when you look at them, when you investigate, what you're seeing, they have some excellent similar qualities, and the resistance becomes, as I started off the conversation, some people just don't really understand what is being proposed, and by getting them excited, stimulated to look into these issues and educate themselves, we find that we get some real positive respondents and positive results. So that's something to perhaps really look into. I don't know if that dilutes the message or not, and that's something that we would want to work with the coalition. We want to make sure we're always working together towards a common goal, the messaging, etc. But like you said, what we bring is a whole different kind of an advocacy, sort of a, you know, a gut feeling kind of an advocacy that inspires you to learn more. And we also, through our connections and work that we've done throughout the country, to be honest with you, we have some very excellent connections that hopefully we also bring to the fray.
Yeah, and my thought about the Deep Creek thing, it could dilute the effort, but then it could bring in allies from Eagle County and other areas who are supporting that, and have a larger effort with two rivers that both would certainly qualify, and have been neglected for all these years. Colorado's been neglected with all but one section of the Cache la Poudre River. So maybe a group effort to go for more than we initially went for on the individual rivers might be a strategy that would be successful.
And Steve, I could jump in. I mean, there's a lot of overlap in the in the grassroots organizing effort for folks who are working on the Deep Creek and the Wild and Scenic. So we can pose that question and see if those who've been working on both think that there's alignment.
Mm-hmm.
All right, is the board supportive of this request? Bill Yocums, did you want to jump in with any other thoughts? No? He's on mute. You're on mute. No, okay. Well, thank you. All right, we're seeing support here from our board, and we're thrilled. I'm personally thrilled. I'm sort of sitting back here very demurely, because I want my colleagues here to have their chance to think it over, but I'm thrilled at the outcome. So
thank you.
Great. And I don't know if that will come to us in a supplemental or a resolution.
No,
at
it's
all,
all
or-
been appropriated, so
Great.
this is just
Okay.
this is it.
Perfect.
Yeah,
All
good
right.
to see
We
you
look forward
guys.
to working with you.
Now, do you
Thanks,
have a
Chris,
new
Janie,
niece?
Michael.
I do.
Congratulations. I forget what her name is.
Elodie.
I
didn't
I think
know
it's
that.
French.
Yeah.
Very excited.
She'll be
Thanks for
growing
all
up
you
with
do, you
she'll be
guys.
growing up with
Thank you.
McPherson and Allison.
I know. I'm really excited.
It's nice to see you, Michael.
Well, thank you,
All right,
everyone.
cheers.
Thank
We'll talk
you.
soon.
All right,
yeah.
thank you, guys. Bruce, I need to get up there.
Kelly, we did have one more open
Yes,
discussion
yes, I
with
see it
Brian.
on
Okay,
here. Yep.
good.
You've been asking me for
Okay.
years to go for a flight.
And if board members are hanging in there, we have one remaining item on our agenda.
Yes.
We have an open discussion with Brian Pettit reviewing a letter of support for the Town of Snowmass Village grant for the Snowmass Mall Transit Center redevelopment. Hi, Brian.
Hi, good to see you all.
Likewise.
This should be a short item, hopefully. This is, I'm the Public Works Director for the county, and this letter is to support the Town of Snowmass Village's effort to attain a 5339B grant from FTA. So this would hopefully, if they get the grant, would overcome some of the shortfall for the Snowmass Transit Center. As you know, if you show regional support for grant applications, it bodes well for your application. So this item would authorize the chair to sign the letter that's in your packet and submit it as part of the grant packet for Snowmass.
I have one suggestion.
Okay. Any questions for Brian? Patty has a suggestion. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the letter is fine. It's short, it's sweet, and it's all you really need to put in here. But I think in the contact information for Dave, I'd put his email on there too, just to make it easier for people to contact him and him to get back. That's the only suggestion that I have, and I think it's well done, and whatever we can do to help Snowmass raise the money outside of coming back to us is perfect.
Brian, can I make a few edits to it and send it to you tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just
I'll get
so
it.
it doesn't
and,
sound like my voice at all, so I just would like it to.
It's a
I'll just
Kelly
change a
flair.
few things. Yeah.
Just as an editorial comment, this is going to be the mode of operation for big projects like this.
Yeah.
The prices we're seeing right now are astronomical. So just be prepared for that as we move forward with Brush Creek Park and Ride, and other large projects that we have budgeted.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
All
Greg.
right. I think that is it. I do have one other item that has come up when I was checking email here during our meeting regarding the MOU for the opioid settlement that the Attorney General's office has negotiated and requires approval by a very high percentage of jurisdictions. I believe we approved to move that forward. I wasn't sure if you're able to sign that or if that has to come to the board for a formal approval. It's due November 5th.
I think we give formal.
We talked about it in
approval, yeah.
executive session last week, but I don't know if there's a formal board session.
Let me look at it. If it's an IGA, we'll have to bring it back to the board
think it's
for
an
formal.
MOU.
If it's an MOU, I may be able to sign it.
Okay.
on your
We just
behalf.
want to make sure
Yeah.
we get it there by ASAP, right?
Yeah, November 5th is the deadline. Greg?
Yeah, just thinking about the ribbon cutting at the solar farm, it is unfortunate that it's 2 p.m. on the 16th of November, right when we're discussing several important things. We have about a 15-minute break in that time, but that's certainly not time for even me to get over there, and I'm the closest one to it. I would like to figure out a way to be there. Just wanted to put that out there. We have to look at the agenda or the future agenda. It looks pretty packed, so. Anyway, just thought I'd bring that up if anybody has suggestions or solutions. And then secondly, the Board of Health is going to be meeting on Friday, and it's at the time of 1 p.m. It'll be when we are doing our airport advisory reviews. And I know Patty, one of us probably ought to be at that meeting. And so I'm thinking I'm probably going to have to duck out of airport advisory for an hour or something like that in order to go be at that Board of Health meeting. I'm contemplating that now. I just thought I'd let you all know.
Well, I got the doodle poll for that and just said the days don't work for me. I think it's critical that you be here for the interviews for the advisory board. An hour is potentially 4 interviews with people. I mean, we're gonna be making a decision on that without bringing anybody, as far as I know, back into the room. So, the second doodle poll I got, I couldn't get into, so I just sent a thing to Suzuho and said, hey, these days just don't work. So
The 18th was the only date that I thought would work for me. But anyway, I'll circle back with y'all on that.
yeah. And as far as the solar thing, I think it would be nice for the Board of Commissioners to be able to be there. I mean, it's a big deal, and we were the approving body. And so for them to schedule it on a day when we always have meetings is a little interesting to me. So maybe we can have
Why don't
Leslie.
we ask Leslie?
Yeah, have Leslie see if we can't come up with at least run it by us so at least some of us can be there without having to miss our regular meeting. And we have important issues before us that we all really need to be here. But only so much we can do,
Yeah,
right, Greg?
I agree, Patty.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay. Any other open discussion items? Steve?
Well, I would love to be at the ribbon cutting of the solar farm. I've been looking forward to that for years. And maybe they could do it later in the afternoon, like at 5 o'clock or something, where we could finish up ours and then maybe we could all go out there to the ribbon cutting.
And we can bring flashlights that are solar powered.
Or maybe they could do it like the next Wednesday morning before our regular meeting or some other, just change the date a little bit.
Yeah,
I think we should try to request that.
Agreed. Okay. Any other open discussion items? All right, seeing none, thank you, everyone. We will reconvene tomorrow at noon for our regular session. Thanks to my colleagues, and thank you, Grassroots.
You pulled it off. Look at you.
Thank you. Good job, Kelly. See y'all.